Sarod and Shur Singar. He is appreciated by the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Man Ki Baat for reviving the instrument Sur Singar. He has also revived the instrument Mohan Veena, and very recently he has performed at G20 Leaders Summit held in Delhi at Bharat Mandapam. Please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Joydeep Mukherjee on stage. We will start our conclave with the tune of his Sarod. Joydeep will be accompanied by Mr. Krishnendu Sharma in tabla.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this second National Media Conclave of Ford University. Since the rains are still on, I am starting my short recital with Rag Miyaki Malhar. Now, since we are in a communication conclave, I will give a short demonstration that how two inanimate objects, which is the two instruments, communicate with each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Joydeep and Krishnendu, for the fabulous performance. Now I would request our head of the department, Mass Communication and Journalism Department, Mrs. Jhumur Dattagupta, to felicitate Joydeep and Krishnendu. Student volunteers, please help to clear the stage. We will go to the next part of the program, the main part of the program. A few more volunteers should join hands. We just need 2 minutes to settle the stage. Now I have the honor to introduce our very respected guests, and then we will honor them one by one. Let me introduce our very honored guest one by one. First, I will start with Dr. Harsha Vargavi Pandiri. Dr. Harsha Vargavi Pandiri, an Assistant Director Public Relations at the Ministry of Culture in India, has a distinguished career in government public relations. With a doctorate in communication and journalism from Osmania University, Hyderabad, she has been recognized as a gold medalist during her post-graduation in communication and journalism. Dr. Pandiri has held crucial roles as the Chief Public Relation Officer for the Telangana State Police and Agriculture Department, leaving an indelible mark in both domains. She currently serves as the Assistant Director Public Relations at the National Gallery of Modern Art. Dr. Pandiri's expertise in still photography and documentary filmmaking showcases her artistic flair and commitment to visual storytelling. She is also an accomplished independent researcher and respected columnist. Dr. Pandiri has made significant contributions as an expert associated with various universities, aiding in the establishment of innovation centers and facilitating startup marketing. We welcome Dr. Vargavi in our program. Now I would request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Subhajit Chattopadhyay sir, to honor her. We are honored to have Swami Sarvathamanandaji, Vice Chancellor, Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Educational and Research Institute, the deemed university. We welcome Maharaj Sarvathamanandaji. Now I would request our Registrar, Professor Shuman Chattopadhyay sir, to honor Swamiji. Next, we have with us Mr. Uttam Sengupta. Eminent journalist Mr. Uttam Sengupta worked in various capacities for leading publications like Times of India, The Telegraph, India Today, Outlook, The Tribune, and Doinik Bhaskar. He has worked across North India from Patna, Lucknow, Chandigarh, Delhi, and Kolkata, where he was the resident editor when Times of India was relaunched in 2000. He has covered India's northeast, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Bhutan. His interests are largely centered around Indian politics, economy, and development economics, besides relations with neighboring countries. We welcome Mr. Uttam Sengupta on stage. I would request our group CEO, Dr. Shonku Bose sir, to felicitate Mr. Sengupta. Next, we have another very distinguished journalist, Mr. Devdeep Purohit, political editor, The Telegraph. He is a senior journalist with an experience of over 23 years in the field of media, during which he worked both in the print and the electronic media. At present, he heads the Politics and Policy Bureau of The Telegraph. He had also worked with NDTV. Devdeep was a student of economics and did his master's from Delhi School of Economics. He is also an alumnus of the Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta, from where he did his postgraduate in business management. In 2011, he won the Charles Wallace Trust Fellowship, which took him to Cardiff University. He is also passionate about new media and the role the young and the restless can play in reshaping the media landscape. And that's the primary reason he is here today. I would request our Dean, Dr. Minal Parikh, to felicitate Mr. Devdeep Purohit. We are also honored to have with us Dr. Padma Rani, Director, Manipal School of Communication. She is serving as the Director of Manipal Institute of Communication, a constituent unit of Manipal Academy of Higher Education, an institution of eminence declared by the Government of India. Before joining MIC, she was the head Communication, School of Communication and Media Studies, MOP Vaishnav College for Women, Chennai, India. She was a visiting faculty to several foreign universities. AI research and teaching are her two main passions. She has successfully guided a number of PhD scholars. Recognizing her passion for research, she was granted an intramural grant of 15 lakhs and made the coordinator of Media Research Center, which was set up in 2016. The Media Research Center conducted research studies adopted by the Government of India for social security schemes in southern India and on the usage and perception of social media in India. She was awarded the Best Teacher Award in 2010 and recognized by the Women Economic Forum and the Global Media Education Council as the outstanding teacher for contribution to teaching media and communication. I would request Professor Dr. Buroshiva Dasgupta sir, Advisor, MCAJ Department, to honor Madam. Now I would request all our guests to come in front of the stage for watering of the plant. I would also request our Vice Chancellor sir, Registrar sir, Group CEO sir, our Dean ma'am, and Buroshiba sir to join here for the watering of the plant. Can we also have our CFO sir, COE sir, Pradeep Datta Gupta sir, Biplab Da, and our convener Arindam to join. So this was a frame we will treasure for a long time with all our dignitaries and our guides together in one single frame. Moving on to the next part. Now I would request Dr. Minal Parikh, Dean, School of Media, Communication, Fine Arts and Design, to deliver the inaugural address.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to step on to the second media conclave of Sister Nivedita University with the blessings of our Chancellor, Sri Satyam Rai Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor, Dhrubojyoti Chattopadhyay, Registrar, Mr. Shuman Chatterjee, Group CEO, Mr. Shonku Bose, and the list is very, very long. It's a nostalgic moment because when we started in 2018, it was a very, very small, in fact, there were just bricks and mortar around. So it was like building something from the scratch. And today, seeing this at this position, it feels a proud moment. And wishing that we keep on carrying on this journey. Just to tell here that media is a very important part of our society. We call it as the fourth pillar of our society. Why? Because what media says happens tomorrow, and it's the mirror of our society. It's a very, very responsible tool that we are carrying. Today, irrespective of whoever, from whichever field we are, whether it's academics, whether it's any other field of academics, we cannot ignore media. It's that powerful, it's that important. And hence, the responsibility is huge. So today we chose the topic that is media and society. So how both are important. We'll discuss this for 3 long days where we have scholars across India. And this time we've got almost 60 scholars and some international ones also. So we'll be discussing that and throwing a light that how media is important and how we should use it effectively. Another very important point I would like to stress here, that it's always said that Media is for those who are always the whistleblowers. They are not the whistleblowers, but they are someone who show the reality to the society, and they are not in terms of students. It's always told that, you know, students who do nothing go for media. It's not that. Students who are very powerful, students who have the power of pen, are in this profession, and they are there to rule, and they are there to show the world that how society should be. So it's a very, very important part of our society, and we hope that through these discussions across 3 days, we would be able to bring that forward to people. We are going live on our website, so whoever is sitting wherever can see our sessions. And so I welcome you all. I welcome all the guests present over here, including dignitaries from Sister Nivedita University and Techno India Group. And with the blessings of all of them, I would request now to the conclave to be open, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Parikh. Now I would call upon Arindam Basu, the convener of the conclave, to speak about the conclave, the background, and our future planning.
Good morning. First, my indebtedness to our respected Chancellor Sir, VC Sir, Registrar Sir, Group CEO Sir, for their continued support that brings us here today. My indebtedness to the dignitaries who have graciously accepted our humble invitation and have joined us here. My dear students, participants who are watching this inauguration online, and my beloved friend and respected Dean Minal Parekh, on behalf of SNU, I welcome each and every one of you to this milestone moment. As we stand here today at the entryway of the second National Conclave, I would like to acknowledge the hard work and dedication from the entire faculty of MCAJ, without whom nothing would have been possible. Shoykot Mojumdar, who's the MC for the day, my dear friend for 30 years and my colleague who never left my side. Tanushri Madam for being such a perfectionist. Jhumur, the HOD, despite all the administrative work, for sticking around and helping. Shumon for making such lovely publicity designs. The research scholars who have been such a big help. Namashi Sharma and his wizards, Shotyajit Shamanto, Shovik Shur, Udit Sengupta, for everything that you see at the seminar hall at the Moot Court, room 503, and for putting together the wonderful website exclusively for the conclave, through which all participants can now effortlessly view this conclave for the next 3 days. Now coming to the theme of the conclave, we cannot really fathom the influence and penetration of media today. In some direct or indirect format, it is chipping away at our personality, sculpting us into the image that we see of ourselves in the media. Media is omniscient today and has the potential to change the way we perceive and comprehend our world and our immediate reality. And now this behemoth has digital wings. This conclave will look at various facets of media and try and document its character and intent, propose changes to its vision and mission, and create a dialogue for a better and more cooperative future. I once again thank all the participants, the chairs and moderators for every session, and everyone and anyone associated with these 3 momentous days. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Arindam. Now, I would request our Honorable VC, Professor Dr. Dhrupajyoti Chattopadhyay, sir, to share his thoughts about the conclave.
Very good morning to all of you. I'm sure that, like me, all the SNUite are feeling really, really proud to be present in this very important program organized by the Department of Mass Communication and Journalism. Now, dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, dear students, faculty members, and all others supporting people who are here today to make this second conclave a real success. I just wanted to mention that there is one particular terminology in this national conclave which I liked most, is the term evolution. Because if you look at the term evolution, that itself defines that how the concept of media is continuously changing. And the way we used to have an idea about the media, say 500 years back, and now, this whole change is continuously, we can look at it from the point of view of evolution. And when you look at the point of view of evolution, from the very beginning when we started to think about this media, there is a connectivity between this media with the culture. There is a connectivity all the time. We can see how the society and is pretty much related to this. So media, we looked all the time as mirror, as a shaper, and we can see that through it's a cultural transmission which is going on for time unexplained. We always find that society becomes very important part of it, and the impact of the cultural changes are being so nicely impacted on this media is something which helped media to evolve, as rightly mentioned by Professor Arinda Basu, that the digital media which came out in the last couple of years is something which is what we think about the requirement, which is absolutely the need for this, and that is only possible because of the technological advancements what we have. But along with this, when this digital media came, I think there is a thing which coming into our mind is adaptation. How we are adapting with this change, how we are adapting and looking at this, because the connectivity is very, very important. And I'm sure that in this 2 days conclave, all the 60 papers which are, I think it's more than 60 papers, but 65 papers, but it's more than that you receive, but you cannot accommodate them. So they are going to deliberate on this, and we are going to have 3 parallel sessions. And from this, I'm sure the publication which will come out, because last time we have a fantastic publication which has got the ISBN number. So this time also I'm sure the people are thinking about the publication. So we all are looking forward to that publication also, because though there are Facebook live going on, though from other YouTube channel they could look at it, but important thing is that how the different deliberations are giving us some take-home lessons that will be very well we can get it from those publications. With these few words, wishing a great success and congratulating the whole team under the leadership of Professor Meenal Parekh. Let's give a big hand for Professor Meenal Parekh. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir, for your encouraging words. Now I would request our Honorable Registrar, Professor Shumon Chatterjee, sir, to share his thoughts.
Good morning, dignitaries on the dais and guests, senior colleagues from Techno India Group and Sister Nivedita University, the Vice Chancellor, Group CEO, Controller of Examination, CFO, and my dear students. It's really exciting to see that from a number around 75, way back in 2018, the Department of Mass Communication and Journalism has grown to almost crossed 800. And this is a huge growth over these years. And throughout its journey, as a registrar, I was a witness to this growth, and really thank to its dean, Professor Meenal Parekh, and her entire team who has made it possible. Uh, Really, it was nice to see that the last year we had a successful first media conclave, and this year also the department has planned its second media conclave, which I am sure would have a lot of takeaway for these young aspirant students who would like to, fly high with their excellent career in media and journalism. As Professor Chattopadhyay, the Vice Chancellor, said that evolution, that something he liked as a topic in this. So I totally agree with him. It's something that I have seen in this department, that apart from evolution, there is something called innovation that they have always tried to incorporate in whatever they did. And of course, we have seen the transition from print media to the transistor radio media, then the television came, media, digital media. And now more emphasis and more changes and more innovations are being seen on this digital media platform. I'm sure the guests would highlight on this revolution in digital media, and I'm sure that we'll understand this formula of Einstein being remodified, like E is equal to mc square, or evolution. E was energy there, here it be evolution would be equal to, say, the innovation multiplied with something, a square of something which is larger than the speed of light. So E is equal to IC square would be the new formula. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to call upon our group CEO, Dr. Shonkubo sir, to share his thoughts.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am deeply honored and delighted to have the privilege of welcoming all of you today on behalf of Techno India Group and SNU. Allow me to extend my warmest greetings to all your esteemed guests, all our esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, scholars, and participants who have joined us here. India, often celebrated as the world's largest democracy and a land of unparalleled diversity, is a nation where media, culture, and society are intricately and irrecoverably woven together. We shall deliberate on their intricate connections, explore their evolution, and analyze their profound impact on the fabric of our nation in the next 3 days. Media, as Professor Parikh a few minutes back mentioned, that the fourth estate plays a pivotal role in shaping public opinion, influencing policy decision, acting as a mirror reflecting society's nuances. It bridges the gap between masses and those in power. In India, media has undergone a remarkable evolution from the traditional print and radio to the digital era, where information flows at a lightning speed. We are at the crossroad of an era where media not only informs, but also shapes our perception and beliefs. Our rich and diverse cultural tapestry is one of the country's most enduring legacies. India's cultural heritage spans millennia and encompasses languages, religions, tradition, arts, and philosophies that context harmoniously. However, in the age where global influences pervade our daily lives, the role of media in preserving, promoting, and sometimes challenging our cultural norms cannot be understated. Society, the third pillar of our theme, is an ever-changing entity. It mirrors our values, norms, and aspiration. It is shaped by the media we consumed and the culture we celebrate. The dynamics between media, culture, and society are intricate, as media acts as cultural conveyor belt, disseminating ideas and narratives that can either unite or divide us. As we discuss these interactions, let us remember that media holds the power to amplify voices. In doing so, we can drive the social changes. Today, our cinema, literature, music, and art are celebrated worldwide. It is the testament to the immense power of media in shaping our culture, narratives, and with this immense power comes immense responsibility. The balance between cultural preservation and progressive change can be dictated. In the age of fake news, misinformation, and echo chambers, media's credibility is under constant scrutiny. Our society grapples with issues like identity, representation, and inclusivity. It is our duty as responsible citizen and media stakeholder to address these challenges with sincerity and vision. Let us discuss these and other pertinent issues in this August forum. Over the next few days, I encourage you all to engage a thought-provoking discussion, challenging existing paradigms and seeking initiative solution. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our Honorable Chancellor, Professor Sattam Rai Chaudhary, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Chattopadhyay, our Registrar, Professor Suman Chattopadhyay, and our Honorable Dean and the Media, who is always very energetic, Professor Minal Parekh. Thanks again, all of you, for being a part of this important conversation. I wish you all very productive and enlightening next 3 days of discussion. Thank you again. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, we move on to the next part of our program, which I suppose all of us are eagerly waiting for. We will listen to our very honorable guests. First, I would like to call Swami Sarvatmaనందజీ, Vice Chancellor, Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Educational and Research Institute, to deliver his speech.
10 minutes? Yes. Namah Shri Yatirajaya Vivekananda Suraye Satchit Sukhat Swarupaya Swamine Tapaharine. Respected Vice Chancellor Professor Dhruva Jyoti Chattopadhyay, respected Dr. Harsh Bhargavi, respected Dr. Padmarani, Director Manipal School of Communications, respected Mr. Uttam Senugupta, respected Mr. Devadeep Purohit, and other eminent people who are present, dear students and dear teachers. I think I am the only one who is not the expert in media and mass communications here. But I think as a computer scientist, I am not totally alienated from our media, because you know that most of the platforms for media technology, it is provided by computer science. You look at Facebook, TikTok, or Twitter, Google, anything, or even mass storage of media, which is YouTube or Google search engine, everything is provided by computer scientists. And we have got information theory also in our subjects. Though it does not have much to do with society, it has to do with the technological part. Even our social networking theory also, we have got social networking theory in our computer science. It is a modern subject where we study interrelations between the various parts of the society and how they interact, how they change each other, how the transformation takes place. That we study in our social networking. So I will tell you about this media mass communication from the viewpoint of a common man or a technical person, or as a monk also. So because we look at things a little bit idealistically, that is our professional has nothing to do. So we may not be very pragmatic, but we look at like a bird eye view from how these things should be. In our computer science as well as in management, usually whatever topic we discuss, we try to answer these three questions, like what, why, and how. What are the things that we are discussing, why it is necessary, and how things can be achieved. It is there in our software engineering principles also, this what, why, how. We have to know what we are doing, why we are doing, and how we can do that. In fact, asking questions, this our media students also should pick up this skill, that how to ask good questions and how to answer them properly. And that is very important, because in the modern days of this internet, or even this very flooding of information through media, we can't find out, we don't understand what is true, what is false. Everything is there in the internet, but the thing is, falsehood is mixed with the truth, and very difficult to find out what is truth in there. So asking proper questions, having things in proper perspective, that is very important. I will not take much time. I will only deal with very few points. I will mainly address our students and teachers, because the experts are there. They know about the subject more than me. So here we have got three things: media, then culture and society, and interrelations between them. So we have to ask this question and answer: what is the society, what is culture, and what is media? Probably what is media, it is easiest to answer. According to me, media is acquirement and dissemination of information. Though as a computer scientist, we put something in between, which is not very interesting to you. Like we say that it is acquirement of knowledge and storing and encrypting of that knowledge in the storage, and later on we have the third step where we disseminate or we display the knowledge. So we have got this acquiring knowledge, acquiring information, storing information, and dissemination. But for you, it is just acquiring and dissemination. Acquiring is also important, because this is one part of this journalism, which is very important. How do you acquire your information? How do you acquire facts? Because society tries to hide the truth, and they want to show you the falsehood. So you have to interest in art. Or if you say knowledge, then there are tribal cultures. We are very primitive in knowledge and technology. So even then you have to call them like tribal culture. So when you ask this, what are the constituents of culture, you will find that for one culture there is one constituent missing, for another culture there is another constituent missing. So that is why very difficult to answer this question, what is culture? Same thing with society. But anyway, I think that what we are more interested in, like why of the things. Like society, we want to fix what is the goal of the society. Why that is important is, by that the goal of culture or the goal of media is defined. Again, because we have to answer this question, how we go about doing this journalism, how we go about doing this mass communication. And that is very much related, very much connected with what is the goal of society that we want to fix. See, it is not wrong with interventionism. It's not just, see, journalists, they have this opinion building also. I don't think this opinion building is something which is wrong. Only thing is we have to have proper goal in our mind. See, even our education is also interventionist, not just media. You see, education, students, the children, they don't want to study. We teach them. We make them learn in the schools, in colleges, and only when they reach adulthood, they understand the importance of learning. So this goal of society is very important to understand what media should be. And I think the goal of society, Swamiji also said that it is actually the final emancipation. Though you may not agree, it doesn't matter. And what is culture? I think that the culture is, though there are many constituents of what culture should be, but I think we have to catch the crux of the things. I think the crux of culture is the values, whatever values we stand for. Again, Swamiji said the Indian, like Indian culture, it stands for spirituality. We have spiritual values. You don't agree with it, doesn't matter. But you have to understand, try to answer these questions on your own. I don't have much time, so I will finish with a few, my opinion about what journalists of modern times, they are lacking, or what they, actually these ideas are not missing. Only thing is, people don't think they are important. In the flow of times, modern times, whatever, like the glamour of the times, these things actually people forget, like truth. Journalists actually they stand for truth and objectivity. We should not follow that we have to work for truth and objectivity. In fact, I think that the modern journalism is suffering from this. Actually, it's not just modern journalism, whole society is going through a crisis time. So everywhere we are seeing crisis, in the engineering, in medical science, in politics, in economics, whole society, it's like a crisis time. Only if we work for the values, we can overcome this crisis in the future. And last, I want to tell you, which I think, it is my personal opinion, which actually people should, like journalists, they should worry about, is they should have empathy. Empathy with others. Empathy with others is very important virtue which should be there in each and every profession. It should be there in like our spiritual profession, it should be there in the medical profession, lawyers, everywhere it is very important to have empathy. And that is what I think, it's not just lacking in our career of journalists, it's also lacking in our, in a society as a whole. So I think that the students, they should especially worry about this empathy along with the pursuit of truth and the pursuit of objectivity. Truth, objectivity and empathy, this should be the hallmarks of a journalist's career. Thank you very much. Om Shanti.
Thank you so much, Swamiji, for your very valuable inputs. Next, you would listen to Dr. Harsha Vargavi Pandiri, Assistant Director, Public Relations at the Ministry of Culture in India. Ma'am, please.
Very good morning to all of you, respected Swamiji and dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and my dear students and also the staff here and professors and research scholars. I'm very happy to be in the eastern part of India. So this is my first trip, and the topic on this conclave, media, society and culture. So in my opinion, these three are dynamic in nature. So now the phase which we are going through now is a transition phase. So like when I was young, So we had a transition phase. We were having a Doordarshan only channel where we were watching. So we had very limited information. So that was the phase where we were moving to, around in 95, we were moving to satellite channels. So that was a transition phase where I can still remember how our younger days used to go on. Like having a satellite channel at home was very costly affair for any house, any middle class house. So now if we see, there is a huge transition phase that I observe as a media professional and also being part of government, because we do a lot of execution programs and promotion programs of government flagship programs at the grassroots level. So most of the time, right now, I move to the execution, to the policy making. So there is lot of change, I understand, and I started working on three main things. So art and culture was always part of our flagship program promotion. So while I was working with the police department, I connected the theme of police protection or gaining the confidence of police among the rural people through art and culture. So that was a weird idea. So our DG that time, he asked, how can you connect? How can the lyrics be framed in that way? So it was a successful project. People appreciated. So like Swamiji was also telling about the empathy. So unless a media professional has a empathy, your story or your content, whatever you create, doesn't attract the audience or doesn't send the message. So there are a lot of health communication programs that are coming up, but still you find public toilets are being in the same way. So we don't have the empathy of the other person who has to come behind and use the toilet. So similarly, there are other related communication aspects where we are losing the empathy in the content. So right now the target audience are Generation Alpha, but we should not lose the empathy in that. So my thoughts were we were always studying the communication models or theories from the Western perspective. So we should think in the Indian perspective of communication models. So what attracted Swami Vivekananda ji when he was addressing his speech in Chicago? So he was the influencer that time. So right now, who are the influencers? So recent in the tourism conclave that was held in Himachal, it was a council of ministers from all over the country, all over different countries. So it was said that the tourism has increased because of all the short reels that were created by the youngsters. So it was so surprising that the figures were more because of this social media marketing. Though the content was not authentic, means whatever they know, the youngsters were saying about the temple or the village or the indigenous population. So if the youngsters can work more on the content, if they can do more research, it doesn't mean that you have to search from the internet. It should be from the stories from the people. So whatever you feed on the internet, it should be from the field. It should be from the storytelling. So we are lacking now the stories. The stories that I used to hear from my grandmother, I'm unable to give them to my children. So they are more depending on the media. So we need more of content creators. So there is lot of career option, as I see from the Ministry of Culture. I am heading PR. So I see lot of career options where there is a requirement of content creation. So it's not that just browsing the net, doing research and putting some story. So you should go and visit, listen to your grandparents or listen to the local community wherever you go and do more of field research, food research. So because of no writers, I believe there are many media heads and professionals here. Art and culture columns are missing out. So art critics are missing out. So there is lot of lack in that. So today there was a performance of Jaideep ji. So it was wonderful performance. So how many of you know what is the difference between sitar, veena, and what is the different musical instruments? What is the raga that he played? So we are not aware. So which music has to be heard at what time? So these all have influence on our mental health or our lifestyle. So you start a day with the screaming music. So what happens to your mind? So everything is related, media, culture and society. So the decisions you start from the early morning, the environment or the ambience that you create through the cultural aspects. It can be the food, it can be the language, it can be the environment that you keep. So it all affects on our decision making. It all affects on the message that you give to the subordinates or to your colleagues, and the time you take for the travel, how you behave with them. So today you find people have stopped saying sorry when they just hit a leg means by mistake. So it's not our values, like we have to, like before there was at least a sorry from the other person, but I don't find it now. So people are least bothered about the other person. People are sitting at the exit gates, they doesn't move. So exit gate should not be blocked because something happens. It's a part of disaster management. So I see every day in a metro train of Delhi. So there is an announcement, still people sitting on the floor. So something happens to the train. So there is a disaster management that has to be done. So all these messages will help in the further behavioral changes. So there is lot of things that you have to think and work towards the content. So content doesn't come out as it is like from the internet or from a cloud. So you have to feed the cloud with the content. And I request all the students are here, so if you can work more on the fact checking of the cultural information. So especially something related to your own cultural or community. So you should more have an understanding of factual check. So people just posted something and without any verification. So there is a serious need of fact checking because of the misinformation, or I'll say disinformation, that is being focused on. So apart from this, there is lot of other things that the international economy is thinking of investing on art and culture at the global level. So now you have an opportunity. So yesterday I saw your Science City in Kolkata. So you can be part of it if you come up with good content. So experiential learning, how you can connect it with the children. So storytelling can be part of it. So all these concepts, content development and augmented reality, how you can tell the stories to the children. So that all matters. So there is a lot of avenues that are being opened for the media professionals. So just grab the opportunity, and for this, the only qualification is you should know the roots. So from where you belong. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for putting light into some very very important socio-cultural issues. So Amiji has some other engagements, so he has to leave. Next, we will listen to Dr. Padma Rani, Director, Manipal School of Communication. Ma'am, please.
Good morning to all of you. Good morning to all the dignitaries on the stage and off the stage, and also to the student participants and my peers. Today I'm just going to talk about artificial intelligence and the future of media. The speakers before me have already talked about the relationship between media, culture, and society. And Swamiji also emphasized the importance of technology in the media today. So, today are we talking about media technology or technology-driven media? I just want you to see a few examples, these images that I'm going to show you, and after that, we'll have a small interaction. Please look at these pictures, images, very carefully. Something that was written on Mona Lisa's photo is not visible here. Mona Lisa from India. Now, I'm also going to show you small YouTube videos, small clips. I'm not going to take much of your time.
People are excited about what AI will do for them. We're excited about what AI will do for business.
Can you hear it? At the people at the back?
Rahul Gandhi's first official reaction on sacking as MP. Rahul says, I am the first to get maximum sentence for defamation. Will get bigger opportunity than in parliament. Wrestlers admin on Fed boss arrest.
Oh no, it's not.
Top police sources say no proof found. TMC takes out rallies.
Just 1 minute.
Rahul Gandhi's first official reaction on sacking as MP. Rahul says, I am the first to get maximum sentence for defamation. Will get bigger opportunity than in parliament.
Okay.
Wrestlers admin on Fed boss arrest. Top police source.
Since the video is not, coming here without wasting much of the time, I'll tell you. This is, I was showing the anchor Sana, who was on Aaj Tak, anchor which is being created, a robotic anchor. Now this is something that I put on ChatGPT. Please have a glance at it. I made the ChatGPT write an essay for me. This is part of that essay only. Yeah? Now, this is basically for students. If you give it to ChatGPT, it will give you in all the proper formats. But then, there's a big question. And why did I do that? Because as a faculty, I do get letters from emails from students now, which is very well drafted. And half the time I know that it is done by ChatGPT. Because I've put it into some softwares and it tells me that the student has created it from ChatGPT. And this is as simple as letters written. Forget about the assignments and other things, So, do we think that AI will replace humans? No, it's not going to replace us. There's a lot of things which people now believe that AI will do it for us. No. AI will do certain things. It will only do things that is repetitive, and yes, it is doing certain things like presenting news, and also it has disrupted the industry workflows to a certain extent, but there are also challenges to it, especially with regards to intellectual property rights, trust, and ownership issues. Even in the film industry, AI is creating digital twins of actors. Does it mean that, in due course of time, some of these film actors will become immortal? Would we like to see people like Amitabh Bachchan or Shah Rukh Khan always being present because of their digital twins? And these are some possibilities that AI has put in front of us. Now, going on to what all can AI do for the media and entertainment industry, because I'm talking of the larger sector, not alone journalism. Because today, media is also the entertainment industry, your animation, your gaming, VFX, events, a lot of other things are also part of the media industry. Now, AI is helping you in content personalization. Your OTT platforms, during COVID, we've seen a surge in the use of OTT platforms by all of us. Now, how do you get to view only a certain kind of content on OTT? And that is because AI is helping those OTT platforms personalize. Once you see a certain kind of program, next time you go in, it prompts you to see a similar kind of a program. Then AI is also being used in augmented reality and virtual reality and creating a lot of interactive and immersive content for you. Yeah? Have you heard of the metaverse wedding? During COVID in India, we had a metaverse wedding in Chennai. And thanks to AR and VR, that even people who had passed away in the COVID could attend that wedding. So these are some of the things that AI can do for us. Targeted advertising. We all know as media professionals and media educators and media students that advertising needs to be targeted. You need to talk in the language to that particular age group, and that is what also AI is helping us do it and will help us do it in the future. Streaming quality content. There's a lot of content being created, but AI also helps you to improve content, to have a better quality of content. Now, a lot of films are being created using all these, different technologies. Today, filmmakers don't need to go to various studios or various places in search of particular scenes and things. A lot of these can be created inside a studio with virtual reality. Then, controlling the distribution of online content. We all know that today on online, whether it's your X, your Facebook, your Instagram, your Snapchat, a lot of other websites, YouTube has the largest number of followers. All of this has a lot of content. But how is that every time I go in, I'm only able to see a particular kind of content? Or if I see something different in one platform, immediately I start getting the prompts in my other platform about it. Try this and see. Talk about something. If you have a smartphone, your smartphone is the major detector of a lot of things. Try talking about something and see immediately how those kind of ads, targeted ads, start prompting in all your social media platforms. Predictive analysis, that is what it is doing. Yeah? Content categorization and classification. AI is today categorizing content that yes, if I'm of a particular age group and I'm viewing certain things or I'm watching certain things, then it only gives me certain kind of an information. And it also immediately starts, giving you only what you have watched or what would you like to watch. It does make an analysis of you. We are being watched. We don't, especially for the youth, you don't realize that you are being tracked even on your Instagram, even on your Snapchat, even on your Telegraph. You think, okay, this is an anonymous, nobody knows us. But no, somewhere an algorithm is tracking you and giving you only those kind of information or things that you would like to see. Now, these are some of the things that already AI is doing, like the Google Magenta project is how music production can happen, and it's a music production tool. Warner Brothers, they have incorporated AI into most of its films, and that helps in their budget management. Your deep learning AI tools helps the media industry check facts and sources to confirm fabricated stories. Dr. Harsha was talking about fake news. Yeah? Not only fake news, disinformation is what causes a lot of harm to us today. Yeah? During COVID, we've seen how disinformation has really resulted in not controlling the pandemic or creating some kind of a wrong information. There were so many things talking about that, drink hot water, you will not have COVID because the virus dies at a particular temperature, eat a particular kind of things in your diet, you will not have COVID. And today you have scientific evidence of saying that some of these things have caused harm to the human body, And these are very small examples of misinformation and disinformation that I'm giving. There are some which have caused a lot of, other societal problems because of this kind of an information. The other thing that AI does is also about, today you see a lot of movies of different languages. Among the youth, I know today, the Korean and the Japanese, the anime, and the K-pops are very popular. How do most of us watch it? Because of the subtitle generation that it does. Yeah? And then your gaming, design, and interaction. Game addiction, which is there in a lot of young people who are interested in games. If you look at it, the games are very realistically done. Now, games are not only individual games, but also group games. You can play with families, you can play with friends, situated at different places, the virtual games. How is it being made so interactive? That's because of AI. Now, why am I talking about all these things? Because all these things also provide you with an opportunity, not only as a profession, yeah? Today, we not only need content, but we also need to know how to segregate fake content from the true sources. But also, these are also areas in which, you can have your professions in today. You can make your careers out of gaming, your subtitle generation, learning of various, AI tools, making of films on budget. Today with a mobile, and knowing of certain software tools, you can make a film sitting inside a small room. You have a good script, you can create characters using animation, 3D animation, or you can even create human characters and create the background and other actions. So these are, some examples which can also, give you a profession, something that you can earn your bread and butter with as students. For research scholars, these are some areas where we now need to do research, that how people are going to accept, or how is it that people are enjoying, and not only the behavioral of people, but also in terms of the economics, because for any business to flourish, we need to also look at the economics part of it. And these are some examples that I've given you of how AI is being used in the media. It's not that AI is only harmful, it's also beneficial. It's not going to replace humans. Some of the conclusions that I would, to sum up, I would like to say is that there is a lot of competition, and there's also a demand for efficiency. And this is where the AI's role in media will grow. Because with AI, you can streamline certain, production pipelines, you can streamline certain procedures, and the humans are being replaced only in repetitive tasks. Still, the machine only gives you what it is being fed with. you know, and also one of we are currently doing a research on AI and visuality. We'll be publishing it in some time. And we realized that the images that I showed you in the beginning were all images created by AI. And these images are created. There are a lot of websites, I'm sure the students would be knowing it, where you give prompts and they create images. And we found in our preliminary research that AI is also repeating the same stereotypes that is prevalent in our society today, which means it's being fed with the same kind of information that is prevalent. You know, a lot of us think that once it's a machine or once it's an AI, it will not repeat the same things that is prevalent in society. There we are wrong. I still need to, you know, work a little more further before I publish it, but the preliminary research is showing that it is propagating the same, you know, kind of stereotypes that are present in our society. Also, one major problem with it is that it becomes very difficult to navigate between the fake and the real. But then, on the other side, to deal with, you know, all these things, we need to have some kind of a technical, legal, as well as regulatory guide rules, you know, guard rules, that, okay, these are things which are allowed, these are things which are not allowed. And also, you know, currently, a lot of people have got into IPR disputes because they do not know that, you know, even though it's on the different platforms, they are guided by copyright principles. They can only copy certain amount of things in it. Yes, but we are in an era where there's going to be a revolutionary change, and this is only to amplify human creativity and storytelling. And therefore, I agree with Dr. Harsha that, you know, today it's about creativity, it's about innovation, and how do we tell our story that people listen to it and people follow it. Thank you. I, in fact, had a video of how, you know, Barack Obama, you know, a person talked like Barack Obama, and it is one of the largest viewed YouTube videos. If you just say dark side of Barack Obama, you can see it on YouTube. And it's Barack Obama saying that how today disinformation can be, you know, propagated in somebody else's name. So if you have time, whenever, please watch it.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an insightful presentation. Now I would invite Mr. Uttam Sengupta, Executive Editor, National Herald, to deliver his speech.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me here. I think I'm completely undeserving to be here, but I always consider it a privilege to talk to students and the teachers, because I have always believed that most of us in the media are actually, half educated. Most of us in the media are actually half educated, primarily because we don't realize that this is a profession where we need to learn all the time. The learning never stops. And as you have listened to the previous speakers, you would have known, you would have realized why that is so. It's extraordinarily exciting to be alive at this moment in history. It is extraordinarily exciting to witness the changes which are taking place. It's not just artificial intelligence, but it is bioscience, it's a medical science, it's a DNA. I have friends in the United States, who are merrily finding out and discovering that they have relatives in Africa, the Middle East, and Egypt, about whom they had no clue. But DNA sequencing and DNA analysis. Now it's making it possible. And I know these friends are actually, talking to their relatives, so-called relatives, about whose existence, they had no idea before. So it's extraordinarily exciting about the changes, and the world is changing so fast, and the technology is changing so fast. But whenever there are changes, the changes also involve a certain degree of pain. So we have seen when computers were introduced, when jobs were lost. We have seen, new jobs being created, of course. Artificial intelligence will also, lead to, some loss in jobs. But it will also, create, some other jobs for which, you need to, prepare yourself. I only want to add a bit of a caution, that in this changing world, it is extremely important for us to realize our roots, to remain, rooted. And how do we remain, rooted? I am reminded of a friend of mine who happened to be an IAS officer, but he would periodically, take bus rides. He would periodically take bus rides, to the astonishment of his colleagues and subordinates, who would always ask him that, why are you doing it? And most of the IAS officers who were his colleagues, would think that he was mad. I also once asked him that, why do you do this? Whose money are you trying to save? And he said that I'm not trying to save anyone's money. I'm not doing it for others. I am doing it for myself. I want to remind myself that we belong to 2% of India's population. So those of us in this auditorium today, let us realize that we are 10% perhaps of India's population. And we 10% are extremely privileged. It's a privilege to be here in this auditorium. It's a privilege to listen to the speakers here. It's a privilege, to get educated in a university like this. So that is a privilege. But we also, need to understand that these are the, to quote from Dickens, these are the best of times, and these are also the worst of times. So in this time, at this moment in history, we need to learn a lot more things. We need to keep pace with a lot of things. We need to have, as Swamiji said, empathy. And that is important because most of us take whatever we do as a career. Most of us take whatever we do as a profession, right? And we do not relate to others, even those who are working with us, or those for whom we are supposed to be working. We don't really relate to them. We don't relate to them with the kind of empathy which is probably required, And I am reminded, in fact, I am tempted to share an anecdote which Subroto Bagchi, who was the founder of an IT firm called Mindtree. Subroto Bagchi, is a management guru, who had written several books. In one of his books, he asked this question, that who is a good professional? How do you define a good professional? All of us are professionals, but who is a good professional? And he gave the example of a man whose job was to cremate unclaimed dead bodies in Bangalore. He was attached to a hospital, and he was hired by the hospital and the police to take the unclaimed bodies and to cremate them. That was his job. And he was given some 500 rupees or 400 rupees per body, to do this job. And this man, he would organize, religious rituals belonging to all the major religions. He would invite, the priests and the granthis and the others to come and, recite, hymns and prayers and so on and so forth. And he tried to, ensure that these people are given a burial or a cremation which is dignified, Subroto Bagchi mentioned this man, and he said that in my book, this is a good professional. He's a good professional because he is trying to do his job to the best of his ability. He is trying to do a job which he thinks, he could have casually, taken the bodies, dumped them somewhere, cremated them, and nobody would have questioned him, because unclaimed dead bodies, no relatives, no nothing, no questions being asked. He didn't have to do it, and he could have saved some money. The money that he was spending on garlands and flowers and paying to the priests and so on, he could have saved it. But he was not saving it, and he was doing that, you know. That is a good professional. So as a professional, we need to understand our roots. We need to understand the society in which we are working. We need to empathize with the 90% of the people who are not as privileged as we are, you know, because that is what communication is all about. Communication is not only about, talking about the powerful. The communication is not only about, sort of communicating what some powerful people in positions of power want us to say. But we want to sort of, reach out to the people, who can develop a better understanding of situations, about the crisis that we are going through, and so on. And if we can do that to the best of our ability, then we would probably be a good professional. I would end by pointing out another important lesson that I learned, long back, and very early in my career. I was only about 24 or 25 at the time. And I had applied for a scholarship in Europe. It was known as Journalists for Europe Scholarship. The European Union had not come into being, and the European Union was being talked about. And the idea was that journalists from all over the world, would be selected, and they would spend 10 months in Europe, 10 months in Brussels actually, and after that, they would spend about two months in London. And this was a year-long, fellowship program, and I was 24 years old. I was in my hometown in Ranchi. I had never gone out of Ranchi in my life, and I applied. I must have been very audacious, and I must have been extremely, ambitious, and I applied. And to my utter surprise, I was shortlisted, and I was asked to, go over to Delhi and appear at an interview. And I appeared at the interview. I was probably, there were 9 people, who had been called. And I was probably the 5th or the 6th, who was invited to meet the interview board. The interview board was being chaired by the then Vice Chancellor of the Jawaharlal Nehru University, Dr. Mahale, I still remember. And there was Swaminathan Iyer, who is a famous journalist. Swaminathan Iyer was also, in the panel. And they grilled me for about 45 minutes. Why is Bihar backward? Why is there violence in Bihar? Why is there caste violence? Why do you have private armies? Why, agriculture hasn't worked? Why has industrialization failed? Why has mining not, helped you, and so on and so forth? I answered, to the best of my ability. But one of the last questions, really, got me exasperated, because they asked me that, what do you think about land reforms in Bihar? And I was so tired and so exasperated that I said, okay, look, I can tell you about land reforms in the plateau, in the Chota Nagpur plateau where I lived. So I would be able to tell you about Chota Nagpur, but I can't tell you about Bihar. And I don't remember who in the interview panel. He turned around and said that if your horizon is limited to Chota Nagpur, then give us one good reason why we should send you to Europe. And that question, has remained in my head. And I keep on, telling people that it doesn't matter what you are doing. It doesn't matter whether you are a PR professional. It doesn't matter whether you are engaged in event management. It doesn't matter if you are a reporter who is covering the municipality. It doesn't matter, if you are covering crime. But if you call yourself a media person, if you call yourself a professional, then it is, you owe it to yourself and you owe it to the profession to understand how this world is functioning. What is happening in Afghanistan? It doesn't have any direct bearing to the work that you are doing. It doesn't have anything to do with it. But you need to understand, what are the international relations? What exactly is the complexity in the relationship between India and Canada, for example? Why can't we be friends with China? It doesn't matter to you, in your day-to-day life. But as you grow as a professional, you need to know not only about politics or economics, but you also need to know about science, about technology. I have studied economics, but I need to know about technology. I need to know, how, that is going to influence our lives, how that is going to, change the world, And I think it's extremely rewarding. And the media is one area where I think that it is an extremely rewarding profession, because we are all the time, trying to communicate and we are trying to learn. We are learning, we are trying to communicate the lessons, and we are trying to improve this world. My generation, I believe, has failed you. My generation, I believe, has failed to improve, the world to the extent we should have done. And it is up to the younger generation now, to work and see that you leave behind a world which is infinitely better. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sengupta. I suppose this should have been a very encouraging message to the budding journalists or budding media professionals. Now I would call upon Mr. Devri Purohit, political editor, The Telegraph, to deliver his speech.
Good afternoon, everybody. It was really nice for me, a nice experience for me as I was listening to all the fellow panelists, and I'm otherwise a very restless person, true journalist. I don't sit somewhere for such a long period of time, but the discussions were so riveting that I was sitting and I kept listening and I kept learning. This desire to learn is the main reason that brought me into this Media National Conclave, because I know that I will benefit a lot by listening to some of the papers that will be presented once we so-called experts will vanish. And trust me, I will not take too much of time. This discussion has different aspects: media, society, culture, relationship. I would focus on the news angle of it, news media, because the media landscape is very big these days. So I would restrict to an area in which I have grown and I know a little bit about that field. Look at, and I would like to tell you that if you see a newspaper in front of you, there are different kind of stories in the front page. So in this panel, in the discussion of what took place, I am the anchored story. I am the last speaker. Anchored story is the story that is at the bottom of the page, which is slightly tongue-in-cheek, which is not very heavy like the lead story or the second lead story, which is a fun kind of a read. So I am trying to give you some little bit of fun at the end of this discourse, which taught you so many things. As a journalist, we are all storytellers, right? So I would like to tell you two stories. These are real stories. First story is, it took place last month in Bombay, when there is this new alliance, Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance of 28 political parties. They were holding a meeting in Bombay. And the day the meeting was to start, it was a 2-day session, there was a big story break that you all know about this the Adani group. And first there was an Hindenburg expose, and then there was this OCCRP expose, which was a very big news on the day one of that conclave. Rahul Gandhi, I went to cover it. Rahul Gandhi was, suddenly we learned that Rahul Gandhi is coming and he will hold a press conference. So we were all excited. So Rahul Gandhi came. There were 300 odd journalists, jostling for space. There were foreign journalists because it was a big story of the day. After that press conference, in that press conference, as usual, Rahul Gandhi went after the Adani group, and he used Financial Times and the Guardian write-ups to go after Gautam Adani and his cronies. Then we learned that that day something very interesting happened in the media space. What? There was a journalist. Again, this is there in, it's a public knowledge, you know, you will find it in public domain. So no one can sue me. There is this NDTV chief of bureau in Bombay, Sohit Mishra. Now NDTV is now an Adani Group company. So Sohit Mishra received call from his bosses in Delhi before the press conference with one clear mandate. You have to create a ruckus in the press conference so that there is no discussion. You have to change the discourse of the press conference. Can you beat it? A journalist getting a call from his bosses that he has to change the discourse. Why? The reason is very simple. This chap, Sohit Mishra, you can find him out. He said, sorry sir, and he did not. He did not try to create a ruckus. He did not try to create a chaos. He could not ask a question because asking a question was very difficult at that setup. But the press conference ended. Sohit Mishra resigned from NDTV. This is the story from the media. There is one story from society. You all know about While We Watched. Probably you should know. If you are a student of media sciences, even if you want to be a PR manager, still you have to watch this film. That is, it's a story of, it's a documentary on Ravish Kumar, the erstwhile NDTV man. In that film, you know, that film, I don't know when you will see because there are a lot of restrictions. It was there in YouTube, then it was pulled out. No hall no distributor will distribute the film. I don't know how many hall owners will risk showing the film. But in that film, there are moments, you know. Ravish Kumar's wife, Noyana. Again, I know them personally. They were my seniors in JNU and then in Delhi school. So they, the most poignant moment was when Noyana, the eyes, the fear in the eyes of Noyana, when Ravish's inbox got filled with abusive messages and threats to him, to his daughters, and to his wife. This is the society, you know, and lots of threats. Why? Because Ravish Kumar was asking questions and asking tough questions. To whom? To the powers that be. So that's what Ravish Kumar was doing, and a section of the society was attacking him with threats. Now these are the realities. You know, there are, here you will have, you have representative from the government. They cannot tell you about these realities. They have certain constraints. There are academicians. They will tell you about the opportunities. But as a journalist, I think I would be failing in my duty if those students, I know that not all of you will come to the media. Today the situation of the media is such that even if all of you want to come and join the media, we cannot. The CEO sitting here, he knows, he can tell you that the media industry is going through a very bad phase. The revenues are down in the name of downsizing, which the management guys call right sizing. People are losing their jobs. Their employment opportunities are shrinking. But the scope in the media industry is also growing, as the experts have told you. But something I want to tell you, that you in your early 20s, you should be very, very aware of the realities of the world in which you are going to step into. So that's why I told you these stories. I don't want to try a grim picture, because even after saying all this, you know, about the financial constraints, the problems that journalists face in a country where the Prime Minister doesn't speak to the media for over 9.5 years, no press conference has ever done. A very interesting development in Indian media, that the mainstream media, they prefer asking questions to the opposition, and they spare the those who are in power. So these are all things which are happening. There is indeed some chaos, you know. You don't need a Sohit Mishra to create a chaos, because it is it's chaos all around. But even after that, I am hopeful. Now let me tell you why I am hopeful. The first and foremost reason I am hopeful is that all of you who have logged in for this program. Probably you are aware of 30% or 40% of the problems that the news media industry faces. And I think that a majority of you, when you logged in for this program, probably you were eyeing for an opportunity in the news media program. So despite knowing about all the constraints that the news media industry faces, you all logged in for this program. So you have that passion in you, so that is why I am hopeful. I am also hopeful that there are some newspapers in this country which still raise the right questions, and they toss up the right issues. That is why I am hopeful. There are people like Ravish Kumar, Avishar Sharma, Ajit Anjum. There are scores of them. Some of them were working with the mainstream media, but because they were asking right questions, they had to find a way out. Now they are on YouTube. So I am hopeful because of them. And I am also hopeful because of India's social fabric. Every evening, maybe some of you can read Hindi. You read the vernaculars coming out in Hindi heartland. You will be surprised. They do not talk about, and also the television debates, where people only do this, people only shout, and no one can hear whatever is happening. In those television debates and the Hindi heartland newspapers, you will read about Hindu-Muslim, India-Pakistan, India becoming Vishwaguru. We saw what happened with India becoming Vishwaguru. Now the Canada and the US, who all were our friends during G20 summit, now they are posing very, very difficult questions. So this is the overall media landscape. These are the things happening. But still, some people are every day, they are trying to peddle hate. Hate mongering is at its best. But still, I am hopeful because I believe in the plurality of India, that some people with vested interest cannot peddle hate years after years. There has to be a turnaround, and things will improve. Before I conclude, I have just two requests to make before journalism students. One, read as much as possible. If you are spending an hour a day in your social media, flipping through your smartphones, please spend at least twice that amount reading something new. Read, read, read as much as possible. That is very important, because only then your horizon broadens. Uttamda was saying, I was not a student of journalism. I studied economics, I studied management, and the mathematical economics side. So I don't know much about literature. But whatever I learned on the job. And again, nijer kotha bolbo na, but I still love to read. This is my first request. And my second request, ask questions. Ask tough questions, Don't be like a computer. Don't be a templated version out of a media school. You ask the most difficult question to your ma'am, Minal Parikh. You ask the most difficult question to one of my dear friends, Orindam Basu. Ask them questions. And as you ask, as you read, you grow up as individuals, as professionals. And when you grow up as better individuals and better professionals, I think my hope is justified. We can think of a better future, better tomorrow for media, for society, and for India. Thanks, Chetan. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Purohit, for your deliberation. That was such a good reality check for the young students. With that, we have come to the end of this session. I would now like to invite Dr. Guru Shiva Dasgupta, Advisor, MCAJ Department, to offer the formal vote of thanks. So please.
Well, thank you, Devdeep, for raising a lot of questions, which was sort of expected of a meeting or a conclave where there are so many different views coming together, and it is up to you to decide which to choose. Now, I have this formal thing to conclude the session with a vote of thanks. So I would like to sort of first thank all our guests today, those who have been invited, and they have been very kind coming over to our university and interacting with you in spite of their busy schedule. We have had Swami Sharbatwananda and the Vice Chancellor of Ramakrishna Mission University. We have Harsh Vargavi from the Government of India. We had also Padmarani, the director of Manipal University, Manipal Institute of Communication. We had Uttam Sengupta, who had a very strong, professional, and I had a real tough time convincing him to come and join us because, he was feeling uncomfortable among the academics, whether that will be, whether he'll be fitting in, but finally he did come. Thank you, Uttam. And Devdeep, of course, he showed his real color, the tough journalist, which we always expect from him. Devdeep Purohit also as the chief, the political chief in the Telegraph. So apart from the guests, we will also have to thank our authorities, the university authorities, first the Chancellor, Shatum Rai Chaudhary, our Vice Chancellor who was here, our Vice Chancellor, Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, then our registrar, then we had Shumon Chatterjee, and then the CEO of the group, Shanku Bose. He was here till just a few minutes behind. Then we have the entire, the mass communication department team here, led by the Dean, Minal Parikh, and her exceptionally efficient team who had been working almost 24/7 to organize this particular program. Minal, Arindam, Shoikot, Jhumur, Tanusri, the technical team which included Namashish, Shatrajit, Shobhik, Krishnendu, Udit, Shumon, everyone. I must thank them for making such a wonderful day, and this will continue for the next 3 days. I hope you will enjoy and you will learn hugely from this program itself. And we have some of the moderators for the 3-day technical session. Some of them are already here, and I must thank for their kindly coming and conducting these technical sessions, and also the researchers, the research scholars who have given papers, who will be presenting their papers here, the students, and everybody, the staff members and everything. And thank you very much. And after this, we will move on to the technical sessions. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. With that, we have come to the end of the session. We will take 2 more minutes. I would like to invite Arindam on stage to brief about the academic sessions which are going to start soon.
Dignitaries on the dais, the session, if you can kindly come to the sofa, we'll begin our sessions immediately. I would request the student volunteers who are assigned to the moot court and to room 503 to please accompany our chair and moderator for the moot court, Dr. Maushumi Bhattacharya, and for 503, Dr. Rumpa Das, she's here, to their respective venues. And I'll request the volunteers to please clear the stage from all the chairs. If I could have some volunteers here who would clear the stage. I just want 1 chair and 1 table here on the stage. Sweetie, help with the chairs. Joy, please come in front. Joy, Joy. Kashyap, please come. Please help clear the chairs fast. We want to begin the sessions properly. Hey, Oitarak. Just keep that chair, keep that chair, keep that chair. Take these two chairs and put one round table here. Fast. And for the moot court and for the 503 room, please take
Good afternoon to respected dignitaries, respected professors, faculty members, scholars, and the students present here. We welcome you today for the day one of the academic session of Second Media Conclave organized by the Mass Communication and Journalism Department of Sister Nivedita University. Last year, we hosted the first National Media Conclave, which turned out to be a huge success. We look forward to surpassing the grandeur to greater heights. This session will be chaired by Mr. Devdev Purohit, sir. Devdev Purohit is a senior journalist with an experience of 23 years in the field of media, during which he worked with both print and electronic media. At present, he heads the Politics and Policy Bureau of the Telegraph. He also worked with NDTV. He is also an alumnus of the Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta, from where he did his postgraduate in business management. In 2011, he won the Charles Wallace Trust Fellowship, which took him to Cardiff University. He is also passionate about new media and the role the young and the restless can play in reshaping the media landscape. And that's the primary reason he is here with us today. We welcome you, sir. We have lined up for you today the following presentations. The first one is Exploring the Role of Stigma in Acceptance of Digital Mental Health Care by Ms. Adrita Roy, who is a research scholar at Sister Nivedita University. Next up, we have Media Credibility Perception of Bengali Mainstream Media by Dr. Meeta Biswas, who is an assistant professor from Charuchandra College. After that, we have Learning Journalism through Distance Learning Mode During a Pandemic, a case study of IGNU by Shomodipto Banerjee and Avnish Kumar from Manipal University, Jaipur. Next, we have Contemporary News Content Delivery and Youth in Kolkata by Fareen Haldar, who is a research scholar at St. Xavier's University, Kolkata. Lastly, we have Unraveling the Impact of Technology on Right-Wing Propaganda Machinery in India by Saida Sadia Azim, who is a professional from Public Policy, Government of West Bengal. Without any further ado, I would like to tell sir to continue the session for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's go straight into the papers, because I'm really keen to learn. And all the 5 broad guidelines that I got about the papers that are going to be presented, they seem to be really interesting. The rules of the game, as I have been told by the faculty, that each presenter will get 10 minutes to talk, max 2 minutes grace time. There will be a question session for 3 minutes, or suggestions by the moderator or from the audience. So without spending any more time, let's call Adrita Roy if she can come and make her presentation. And I hope someone will be managing the time, right? So on 10 minutes, there would be a bell, right? Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, my name is Adrita Roy, and today I will be presenting my thematic analysis of exploring role of stigma in acceptance of digital mental health care. Now I want to jump right into stigma. I'm sure many of us know, we have an idea of what stigma is, but I would like to do a little exercise. If everyone would like to kind of participate with me, that would be amazing. I would request everyone to close your eyes for just a brief time. To close your eyes, and anything that happens will be between you and I. So please, everyone, just close your eyes for a few minutes. Now I would request everyone, each one of you, whoever has faced any sort of mental health issue, be it anxiety, depression, any sort of disturbance, any mental illness, to raise your hand. And this is between you and I. Everyone's eyes are closed, as I can see. Nobody's stealing your phones. Now, I would request people who are uncomfortable with sharing that with others to put their hands down. I would like to request everyone to open your eyes and look around. I did see a couple of hands raised, and the reason they went down is because of stigma. And thank you for participating, everyone. I really, really thank you. I would like to dive into stigma, public stigma, and self-stigma. Public stigma is the societal beliefs, judgments as a society we do for others, hindering them to not seek help for their mental health issues. Self-stigma is something we do to ourselves, where we stop, we don't seek help because we feel a level of inadequacy in us. I would move to the contextual support for my research. According to the National Alliance on Mental Illness Study 2023, 60% of the people did not seek help, fearing that they will be judged by society. And by seek help, I mean going to a mental health professional or seek therapy or any of the mental health care services. There were other researchers also who found, like Corrigan and Watson, Walbeck and Fosberg, who also found that fear of discrimination discourages individuals from disclosing their mental condition. Now, I'll move into the thematic analysis that I did. I covered 3 stories, 3 individuals with different kinds of mental disturbances, mental illnesses, and mental health issues. We have Vaishali, 27-year-old from West Bengal in a leading MNC, suffering from anxiety, seeking solace in virtual therapy and trying to navigate life. We have Saurav, who is 32. He's been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, and also a recent diagnosis of ADHD has really affected his life. He continues to use medication and therapy and online peer support as tools for turning his life's challenges into opportunities. Then we move to Murali, who is 47. He works at a university and deals with schizoaffective disorder, which is a very severe mental illness, and continues to fight his own battles that way. After these interviews were done, I could categorize themes for these interviews of how people with lived experiences of mental illness dealt with stigma and other things. So there are the 4 brief categories. One is definition and perception of stigma. The other is sources and implications of stigma. The third one being digital mental health care as a stigma mitigator. And the fourth being role of psychoeducation in addressing stigma. Now I'll go into the stories and I'll share what I found. In terms of perception of stigma, I found that both Saurav and Vaishali found that society judges us. Society is responsible for the stigma. However, something interesting came out of Murali's interview where he said that I think, according to him, that society is not responsible for stigma, it is rooted in reality. Now coming to the sources and implications of stigma. The implication of stigma in Vaishali's life was very grave when her parents did not allow her to seek help. They stopped her from seeking therapy, but she had a tough time convincing them. For Saurav, it was more to do with self-stigma, that he felt inadequate, weak, hence he didn't take help. In case of Murali, it was a mix of both. Now coming to the third, digital mental health care as a stigma mitigator. I would like to take this moment to explain what is digital mental health care. Whatever apps that we use, or whatever virtual therapy, online peer support groups, anything that we use digitally to take digital mental health care services is termed as digital mental health interventions. Now, Vaishali is actually taking virtual therapy, while Murali and Saurav both are taking help from online support group which has about 500 members. All three of them said that digital mental health tools offer some sort of anonymity. Nobody will know that I'm taking help. Nobody needs to know that. And they also said it's accessible. I don't have to pay a lot for knowing about a condition. And supremely, they also said that they also got a lot of peer support in online communities rather than their peers in the real world. Coming to, in continuation of that point, we come to psychoeducation. All three of them ascertained that psychoeducation, understanding mental health, stigma, and mental health disorders are key to moving forward. Coming to the discussion, the stories itself highlight the pervasive nature of the stigma in our society. These digital mental health interventions are sort of a boon for us. They kind of act as a bridge. They help us. They give us a hopeful future where we can see a little bit of a less stigma. Now, moving forward, what is the way forward? Plenty of research is required in this field to understand how stigma affects our society and how many people are not seeking help. I started with an exercise. I would leave with this thought that all the hands that were raised, that came down, I would like that one day we come to a society where there is little less judgment and we can raise our hands without that sort of judgment or any sort of stigma attached to it. Thank you.
But, you know, it's something, the topic is very interesting. I would like to ask you that, you know, you said that it is based on interviews. So this topic is something which is, I believe that, you know, are you a student of, what did you study in your undergrad or postgrad? What was your subject?
So I have also a very I've studied different things. In my undergrads, I studied economics. In my postgrad, I did mass communication. Right now, I'm doing my PhD in interdisciplinary, that is with mass communication and psychology. So that's.
So don't you think that I mean, you mentioned about some of the references, but don't you think that you would have been better placed to deal something which is very technical, you know? You didn't study psychology and all those. So don't you think that you would have been benefited had you spoken to people who are experts in these fields, you know? Then they probably say understanding the interviews or the impacts probably would have been clearer to you and as well as the readers of your paper had you spoken to some of the experts, who deal with such people.
So, to that point, I would like to say, I work for an NGO that helps people with disabilities and also mental health illnesses. What we say in that, in our NGO is that there's a culture of care. So any experience is best understood through lived experiences.
Fantastic. I take your point. And my final thing is, say, you were saying that, this has become a huge problem, I mean, I could not see, how many hands were raised and they came down. But, say, whenever you are doing some research, I mean, I think since you are a student of economics, so there is something, we need to scale up, so there should, I think that, it would have been well-rounded had there been some estimate, that how many people, obviously in different strata, in different economic strata and different socio-cultural classification. So the prevalence of stigma would be of different degrees, but some broad estimate of the scale of the problem, that could have made it richer. That's what I presume.
Right, sir. I do agree with that. Sir, as my research is also in this field, I'm actually in process of doing that. Those are separate, like, essays that I am also currently writing. So I do have some data. I haven't used it here.
Fair enough. I mean, that's what I'm okay with. If there are any suggestions, any questions from the audience, then it's okay. Otherwise, we will move to the next.
Sir.
Yeah, Uttamda is there.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Which language? I mean, have you seen that this digital, help is available in the local languages?
Mostly, sir, it's English.
Mostly
English. Only, there are about 20,000 apps in the market right now, but vernacular apps are very, very low. Yes.
I see. And the other question I had was that has anything been done to fight this stigma over the last 10 years, 20 years, 5 years? Anything that you can tell us?
Yeah.
Has anything been done?
Yes, sir. There are people who are.
No.
So there are people who are speaking up a little bit, and that is helping the cause a little bit. But there is nothing substantial that I can point to.
Nothing out of the usual. I mean, just people talking.
Talking.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Right. I have an abiding interest in mental health, and I'm just planting this idea to you
Right.
that perhaps a museum of mental health, will help.
Yes.
Because people don't understand what mental health is all about.
Absolutely.
And in that museum, if you have a history of mental health through, photographs and audio-visual content and so on, there are films about, mental disorders, which have been made and which can be, screened. There could be a section where, the aptitude tests, IQ tests, and so on and so forth, can be done. And where, people can be given tokens, and once they go in, they can ask questions without, their identity being compromised. Something of that sort, might, help in removing stigma over a period of time. Just an idea which you can explore and talk to, experts and so on.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
So if there are no more questions and no more suggestions, then I think you can move on to the next person. Dr. Meeta Biswas, if she can come and present. Yeah. It seems a very interesting topic, something which is very close to my heart.
This works, right? This works? Okay, hello. Good afternoon. First of all, I
like to thank the organizer for inviting me here to talk on a very relevant topic. And good afternoon to all the respected professors, delegates, dignitaries presented here, and also Devdeep sir. This afternoon I am going to take a look at the credibility perception of people on Bengali mainstream media. Okay, so if you can just get me the next slide. I am here to talk about media credibility. Okay, so credibility is a broad research aspect as it interrelates messages. Okay, so as it interrelates messages, messenger, media content, media source and receiver. More often than not, message credibility is determined with the intuition of the receiver. Credibility is a characteristic of information sources. Media credibility is the factor that influences to a large extent to the evaluation of news by the audience. It is defined primarily in three ways. That is message credibility, source credibility and media credibility. Message credibility is the news, the content that we receive in any particular media. Source credibility is the disseminator of information, that is the medium. It can be a newspaper, it can be a television. And media credibility is the perception of people on any particular media. The rationale behind this study is manifold. Media is used by social institutions to maintain the trust relationships with the target public, to gain its loyalty and influence their social behavior. Media credibility has an influence on many human interactions and social behavior as well. If media credibility is low, media cannot effectively serve their function of dissemination of information. This could have serious consequences on a few various spatial spheres. It has been a topic of interest and concern for journalists as well as many social and political scientists. Social scientists are especially concerned with the negative impact of low media credibility ratings on the politically related issues. When people have negative opinions about media credibility, they do not get the information they need to make any meaningful political decisions. Being the significant source of power, media are the potential means of influence and control over society. When media credibility is low, it is difficult for government organizations to influence and predict public's engagement and participation in political life. The objectives of this study is to find out credibility perception of Bengali mainstream media and media messages with a comparison between newspaper and television. And it also tries to find out public's perception of media image in West Bengal. This study will make comparison between newspaper and television from the point of view of news and media credibility. Hence, the present research poses the following questions. Is there any significant relationship between media use and perceived media credibility? Is there any significant relationship between media reliance and perception of media credibility? In 1950s, Roper's organization found that credibility of newspaper is higher than television. But the same organization did another study in 1961, and again it found that this time television has higher credibility than newspaper. But some intellectuals did not believe it because they were of the view that newspaper has this advantage of publishing news in an in-depth style, and people can read newspaper articles at their own pace, at their own time. Okay, the findings of a study accomplished by Rimmer and Weaver showed that media use and media reliance are different. Some research findings also suggest that credibility of a medium or source of information is strongly associated with reliance on a medium or source of information. On the other hand, other researchers such as Mingxing discovered that media reliance has less effect on media credibility. To measure the perception of news media credibility, I have applied 8 commonly identified items like clarity, biasness, telling the whole story, accuracy, believability, trust, fairness, and timeliness. The respondents were asked the following statements to examine their perception towards media selected to get news. The asked statements were of media credibility were repeated for 2 types of media, that is newspaper and television. The respondents were required to indicate their perception in a 5-point Likert scale, starting from strongly agree, then neutral, then disagree, and strongly disagree. These are the demographic profile of the respondents. As this was a pilot study, the real study or the final study is yet to be done. There were only 38 respondents. Of them, 55% are male and 45% are female. Most of them are professionals, and some of them are students and also self-employed. And most of them belong to the age of 32 to 39. So we keeping this demography in our mind, I'll be moving on to the data. So the data shows that almost all the respondents have access to Bengali mainstream media. Only 8% of these people have said that they don't have access to Bengali media, which means that it is not that they do not have phones or television at home, but they don't like to access Bengali media. Okay, so and among them internet, newspaper and television have the highest users. The believability and in truthful news is also on these 3 media. But this source reliance is not higher when compared in terms of fairness and objectivity, as 50% people believe that fairness and objective news are published or broadcasted sometimes, which means not all the times, but also some of them denied that fairness and objective news are published at all. This table shows people's reliance on newspaper and television. I mean, how much they rely on newspaper and television news content, as most respondents have moderate reliance on both the medium. Newspaper has slightly higher reliance than television, which negates the 1961 Roper organization findings, where television had higher reliance than newspaper. Okay, the table shows that media credibility perception. The previous slide, the previous data was about how much people rely on those 2 media. This table or this data is about how people perceive media. What is their perception about today's Bengali media? Okay, so this data is about newspaper. I have separately chosen the questionnaire for newspaper and television as well. So this data is about newspaper. It shows that the 8 identified items which are presented through a Likert scale model shows similar representation, as most items revolves around the center, as the mean of most items are closer to 3, which is neutral in that case. It can be said that most people are undecided about the variable. Only in case of clarity we can see agreement. Most respondents agree that they agree about that the news is clear than other items. This table is about television. The same goes for television. People here also chose neutral as most of the people chose neutral as their options. But as the previous results show that people have more reliance on newspaper, like in the reliance table we have seen, than television. But in items like biased, more people agree against television. More people believe that television is more biased. Also, more people believe that television news, that newspaper news are more accurate than television. Okay, but only one thing to mention, that people believe that television news has more timeliness, which means they believe that television gives us news which are timely, which are immediate, current news, rather than newspaper. This question was asked to get an impression of people, that if they think that when dealing with news about political parties or business organizations, how they, what are their perception, how media presents those kind of news. So we can see here that in terms of fairness, and newspaper scored more on the positive side of the mean of 3.13. Television scored more on the negative side with a mean of 2.92. This data is from previous tables. Okay. Also, in case of biased, both media shows agreement, as most people believe them to be biased. This table shows that both medium have almost same values while presenting news about political parties and business organizations. And as we can see, the mean, though the mean is same, the variance is difference. Okay. And the last table is about people. The question was asked if people gets conflicting news from different sources, the same news, and they are those news, the angle of the news or the information about that event or that news or content is conflicting, which of the media they mostly they have most reliance on. If they get conflicting news about a particular single event, which of the media they would mostly believe. So most people believe that most people will believe on newspaper, that is 39.5%. Okay, finally it can be said that people still rely on newspaper as their credible source of news. They have more faith and reliance on newspaper than television as a source of news. Though television has the advantage of telling a story visually, it can be said that people are to believe in an in-depth, well-researched article published in a newspaper than audiovisually presented in a television. Having said that, the compact image or compact findings of the study indicates that that most respondents chose a medium path where they rejected the idea of choosing any media completely credible, which suggests their skepticism in today's Bengali media, and that is, I think, an alarming situation. Though this study has limitations as the sample size is too small, but it can be assumed that these results have some instance. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much. खूब interesting. I really liked it. Just there are two things that I want to add. One, say your sample size is small, but what I want to know that whenever we do any sampling exercise, in statistics there is something called stratified, random stratified sampling, you know, so which actually gives you an overall idea about the population, you know. So whether any stratification exercise you engaged in terms of, you know, get some randomness. You know, because I am telling you
It was
this.
random, sir. Random.
It was random. There is other thing is, you know, say media. A lot of people, I mean, this is something I want to tell my student friends as well, that media is not a homogeneous entity, right? You have a Republic TV and you also had one NDTV. You have a Republic Bangla and you also have an AVP Anando. You have an Anando Bajar Potrika, Doinik Jugo Shonko, Jago Bangla, and then Gonoshok. So there are, so we cannot, so whenever you engage in some exercise, ma'am, you are a PhD in this subject, I am not. But I think that that distinction has to be made. And, you know, that has to be mentioned somewhere, that, you know,
Sir,
because the media...
study can be done in many ways, like I can mention the name of the media channels or media organization. It can be done in that way. And it can also be done in with issue salience, like how different media reacted to a single event, like for the suicide in Jadavpur University last month. So it can be done in that way also. It was just an overall study.
Yeah, and I get your point, you know, and you know, the more variables you include, obviously the research becomes interesting, but also the complexities are also there. There is another point, you know, which you may consider sometimes, since you are interested in it. You are talking about credibility. Say the age group, I saw that the maximum age was 39. Say the credibility of media, if you can do a time series analysis, say you speak to people in the age group of 60 to 75, you know, for whom the media was very important and they used to attach great value to the media. Then you have an age bracket of say 40, 45 to 60. And then the younger generation.
So in the final study, it will be done in
It will be done. Then it's fine. Thank you. If someone else has anything, any questions or any suggestions, then they can go on, or else we can invite the next person. Thank you, Dr. Biswas. Shomodipto Banerjee and Dr. Avnish Kumar. You are Shomodipto or Avnish?
I'm Shomodipto. The same Shomodipto.
My colleague Shomodipto Banerjee. Yes, thank you.
Shall I use this one? Okay, first I would like to introduce myself. Everybody accuses journalists of not doing enough research. They accuse journalists of writing articles without deep diving into the issues properly. Here I am, my name is Shomodipto Banerjee. I have come here from Mumbai. I have been a full-time journalist from the year 2000, a very, very important year in journalism. It was the time when I had passed out of Xavier's as a young English honors student, and Telegraph picked up the toppers to work in their offices. And we learnt journalism by making mistakes. Not like you sit in classrooms and people tell you, this is how to do it, this is how you go about it. We made mistakes. Every evening when we came back with our stories, our seniors used to sit there like, you know, we used to really fear them. Not all of them, I'm sure, but every time our reports had some mistake or the other, and the desk, as we used to call them, they used to call us and tell us, this is what you have done, and we used to go back and find, you know, more facts and figures to go with the reports, and finally it was published. We used to do it in very less time. 2000 was a year when Times of India was readying to get into the market in Calcutta. Telegraph was ruling the market in West Bengal, in the eastern regions of our, northeastern regions of our country and eastern regions, as well as some regions outside West Bengal. A young leader was rising very fast and was posing a challenge to a 30-year-old CPM government. The leader is the chief minister of the state right now. And Bengal was seeing unprecedented violence, something that has stayed with Bengal even today. It was a very exciting time. I was a very young man at that point of time, and I walked into Telegraph to start my career. I finished my journalism career in 2015. I was completely burnt out as a journalist because I could no longer pursue journalism as a career because I was disoriented, disenchanted, and everybody will talk about their successes, right? I'm here to talk about my failures. I was the bureau chief of Times of India in Mumbai at that point of time, and I was disenchanted with journalism. Same with that reporter who was asked to create a ruckus in a press conference. I was disoriented because I learned from some of the best in journalism. Sumit Dasgupta, Debayan, thank you, Dipayan Chatterjee, Bobida, Soumitra, Indranil, Devdeep Purohit, and then Uttam Sengupta. It was when I went and I was doing journalism at a national stage, it was disenchanting, I was burnt out, and I decided to step out of journalism and do something meaningful because I could no longer take what was happening. That was the year 2015, which came after 2014. I decided to step back from journalism. I am here talking to you because I couldn't carry on as a journalist. I stepped into academics. I joined a college in Bombay. The college is known as Mithibai College. Some of you have heard about it, maybe. I started teaching there. The university was Narsi Monji Institute of Management Studies, and I decided to step into academics. Why am I telling you this? I am telling you this because in the year 2020, 20 years after I stepped into journalism and then stepped out of it, I got another chance to learn journalism all over again. I decided to take it. I was, when I was starting off as a young journalist, we didn't have journalism master courses, not even graduation courses. Here, people will tell you how to do it nicely, they can't even scold you. There, we got all our teachings through scoldings, through telling you that this is what you have done wrong, I will give you only half an hour to correct this, and we used to do it. So, I'll use this. Oh yes. So, 2020 was, I decided to do another master's degree, but it was, I didn't have time, you know, I was doing a lot of things at the same time. I was consulting other media houses, but I said that why not try out the journalism course all over again. So I enrolled in a master's program, Master of Arts in Journalism and Mass Communication in Indira Gandhi National Open University. It was the first batch of master's degree of Indira Gandhi National Open University, and it also came at a time when just 2 months later we'll have a public lockdown in India because of Corona. It was a very, very unique moment and a unique opportunity. I continued there, and I decided that I will make a case study out of it by using a research methodology called Going Native. What is Going Native? Going Native is I join the cohort, I join the group, and I study their behavior. I study how they're working out, and then make various reports out of it. And here I am presenting one such report. With me, several people joined who are in the media right now and who started journalism around the same time with me. One was Aparna Jaishankar, who is now the chief sub-editor of The Hindu, and Varyat Prem Shankar, who is now the bureau chief of PTI of the South. 3 of us were classmates, but it was distance learning. And interestingly, it was at the same time when everybody was doing distance learning. They were at home, they were, trying to, learn journalism. And all of us, we didn't have a master's in journalism. We had our master's in some other subjects. So it was a nice way to start off or become a student again. I have become a student again. It was a very, very interesting way of doing it. We decided that we will launch a newspaper all over again from IGNOU. We didn't get a lot of support, but we pressed, and we pressed hard. This was as the pandemic had set in, and we decided that IGNOU was, as usual, was not giving us support. And journalists, they are, people who, I still describe myself as a journalist, though I am an ex-journalist. We don't really take things on face value. We didn't really accept things unless we try hard, unless we go to the bottom of it. So we struggled with the professor, and we said, no, we have to do something. There are so many students, they're learning it from distance learning. Won't they get any practical experience? What is journalism without practical experience? So we decided to launch a student newspaper. Now you are in Sister Nivedita University. I don't know whether you have a student newspaper or not, but it is very dear to the students. If you do something, student is a community. A community newspaper gives you a platform, gives you a voice, tells you how to speak to your readers, something that we learned by falling down, picking us up all over again, facing seniors. I remember Mr. Purohit also used to come in jeans, and he used to live in Khorda or Tarokeshwar. He used to take a local train to the office. He used to have a mustache. All his hairs, he had more hair, and all his hair was black. And he used to be working with the metro desk. We used to work with the reporting desk, and he used to be at the metro desk. And every day, despite being from Xavier's and despite topping my course, I used to struggle each and every day with my report. I couldn't get the intro right. And they were very strict. Intro had to be 34 words. Can you believe it? I just couldn't get my head on how do I write something in 34 words. There was Raja, who's still the editor right now. We didn't have Grammarly, we didn't have those AI tools that used to tell us that we have made a mistake in grammar. One grammatical error, one comma here and there, we used to face the music on the desk. I also worked on the desk. So it was a very exciting time, and I thought that we'll get that excitement all over again. So we decided, we had a problem in our hands, is that we are some people who have come with some journalism experience. How do journalism students who are studying a journalism subject as a distance learning course get journalism experience? A big problem. Journalism is something that unless you go on the field, I used to be a crime reporter, so in Telegraph. So unless you go on the field, how will you know what has happened there? Unless you go and speak to the people, how will you know what is happening there? And here, most of the students learn journalism by searching on YouTube, by going to Google. So that was not the way we learn journalism, right? We have to do something where students wanted to get the feel of journalism. Now, I told you of 3-4 names. They're all senior people, but we are here to, we are not here for fun. We are serious learners, but we also wanted to create a community platform where we could give the young students a chance to participate. Now, this is the time when I will move out, because I am a non-participant observer. I will not participate, but I will observe, and I will be a cohort of the course. We had a problem.
Shomo, just one point, because the rules of the game as they had defined was 10 minutes.
Yes.
And the thing is, if I allow you more time, then I will be accused of bias. So I don't want to face a situation.
I am past 10 minutes already.
And in the paper, what you were trying to tell is more interesting than all the stories of the Telegraph. That we can discuss sometime over. We can have a spirited discussion sometime, you know. So please leave those things apart and get straight into it and try to wrap it up in next 3 to 4 minutes.
Yes. So we had a big problem that we had a pandemic going on. We had the first IGNOU journalism course going on, and students was learning it from distance learning courses, and they didn't know how to get journalistic experience. So what we did was, we created something called the Voices for IGNOU. And we persuaded, we are using we because I'm part of the cohort, to grant academic marks for writing on Voices. So there is an assignment part, all you know that for assignment you get marks. So if you publish in IGNOU, you used to get assignment marks. So what we did was involve the community, ask people to write there, and against that, you used to get marks. So students started writing. So the point is, there is 30 marks in assignments. If you publish here, you get that 30 marks. But you have to write a publishable worthy story. So the major requirements were training, experience, and publishing. That was what we were trying to achieve with a community newspaper. I put a baby here so that you can look at the screen. So the first editor came on board, the first designer came on board, a faculty member decided to become an editorial advisor, and the university decided to give academic and recognition for that. The day one, we launched Voices, we called for articles. In 20 days, the editorial team was formed, and by day 25, it was production time. It was very, very exciting for us because we were witnessing a launch of a media vehicle. The reporters and writers were tasked of writing and editing themselves. The desk and coordinations were also used to write and edit. The top editorial management were tasked with pushing it on social media and publish the same on. First, we did it on a PDF copy. We made a magazine, and then we made it into a website. The ideation, production, and publishing process was as we have learned from our newspaper sources. The editorial hierarchy was, we had chief editors and copy editors, we had national coordinators, we had reporters and writers, we had regional bureau chiefs and designers. Totally we had about 200 people, 200 students working on the same. The content distribution, we decided because students cannot produce news, it's difficult for them. So only 20% was news and 70% was feature. The editor-in-chiefs were Aparna Jayashree from Hindu and Prem Shankar from PTI. Copy editors were Nidhi Kumar Jha from NDTV, Shiju Shakur from Dainik Jagran. The coordinators were Raghujit Singh Randhawa from NDTV. Reporters were Arita Ganguly and Syed Tuba from Delhi. They were students. The handicaps that we faced was, we couldn't hand over the, for a newspaper or for any community journals to survive. We need people to constantly flow in, and as people flow out, that didn't happen. And post-COVID, we had a lot of students who got busy. The desk, any newspaper person or any media person will tell you there is a very, very acute lack of good desk person who can write good English and can write grammatically correct English in a nice way. We lacked good hands, and we lacked the finance, of course, which drives the mainstream media. And discipline, I would not like to go into that. Students lack discipline sometimes, and support from the university, we tend to get more. These were the handicaps that we faced. This is a case study I'm presenting. And we achieved a monthly visit of 6500 at launch, which was not bad. The media vehicle was launched. It was successful. It's going down now, but we plan to revive it further. It was an experience that helped me get reborn as a journalist all over again. Thank you. I believe as usual, will have no questions, so and he will have questions.
No, I have so many questions for you, but again, they are in the personal realm. So unlike you, I will not be bringing in all those things here. So my point is very simple. You created an interesting model, which was very successful. But I want to know that obviously someone was driving it, and someone who was driving it was you and some of your friends. And with years of experience in journalism, I mean, can a model like this survive in a class which has 20-something people, I mean, people in the age group of 22, 23, with no experience in journalism? So can this survive? Can this, because probably this question stems from the fact that once you were out, this fantastic initiative died a natural death. So could you think of doing something better and handhold the next batches so that they can carry on with an initiative that was interesting that you had started? I mean, creating own successful model, a successful model for your own self is something, and creating a model that can be replicated and that can be carried forward is something else. So do you think that you could have done that?
So thank you for the question. In journalism, and if you ask yourself, we basically divided ourselves into two people. One are reporters, and two are desk hands, which we used to call copy editors or sub-editors. The reporters are important, but everybody in a newspaper will tell you that the sub-editors, the people who sit on the desks, are even more important. The major handicap that we faced with students are everybody are reporters. They all want to write. They all want to have their names and articles on the page. Nobody was volunteered to edit, correct, and sub-edit those articles, which was a major handicap that we faced. One of the reasons why we couldn't take it forward properly. It is still going forward, but I would say that it was not in the golden period. Secondly, that we faced was that it was being driven mainly by two people. One was the founding editor, who's Aparna, and Prem Shankar, who were still in proper journalistic positions, who were giving it a push. So story ideas. So the role of the editor, you don't see it, but the role of the editor is very important. Once the editor moved away, there was a vacuum in the role of the editor, the chief editor, the national editor. That was what we felt, and I guess that is an industry problem today, even in newspapers.
Fair enough, it's something very interesting, and I think the students here can also learn from it. And in Shomo, I mean, he said a few things about me, our organization, but I remember everything about him, I never lived in Tarokeshwar. I lived in Khorda. I went to a Ramakrishna Mission school, right? So I was there, and he came around that point of time. We used to call him Bacha because he was pretty young, and he was just out of the college. I also joined the profession in 2000. Before that, I was doing some economic analysis and had a brief stint teaching economics in Delhi. So I joined the profession a bit late, but we were around the same time. He has done fantastic as a professional. He was the chief of bureau in Times of India in Bombay, and the fact that he's a smart man comes out from his decision to quit journalism. And that's why he's so successful. He looks so young, though we are almost in the same age bracket. He looks young, whereas I look an old man. So he has maintained himself very well, and I hope he will do very well. And this is really interesting. I think you write it properly and publish it, and so many people will get encouraged, So fantastic job. Good to see you, Shomo. Bye. Now, after Shomo, we have Farheen Haldar.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. I'm Farheen Haldar. I'm currently pursuing my master's from St. Xavier's University, Kolkata. So there's a correction, like they thought that I'm a research scholar. I'm right now like a master's student. So I would start with my title, introducing my title, that is Contemporary News Content Delivery and the Youth in Kolkata. So, yeah, I have it. So basically why I chose youth as my sampling frame to analyze whether or not the contemporary news practices and journalism is sufficing in its attempt to be the, reflection of the society. We consider media to be, the mirror of the society, as we have been hearing from many experts before this session. And I chose youth because youth consist of a crucial proportion of the population, and they define the future. So with the youth and their perception of the current media practices, I could have found out what news media would look like in the future. So the real essence of news lies in its objectivity and credibility, as we all know, which is often eliminated by malpractices and propaganda. As sir was rightly pointing it out, that we should, as journalism students, we should specify between which news media we are talking about. So while sitting there, I found that that could be a drawback of my study, because I didn't differentiate between different news media or the news outlets. But then I think the youth, like collecting their perceptions or their opinions on this was really helpful for me, because I could know, over the course of this research, I could get to know that how they distinguish between different journalism platforms, and their preferences are inclined with those which they find useful and not which are not so useful. So basically my objectives are as follows: to determine the youth's engagement with news by examining their use of news content, to perceive the point of view of the youth towards current practices that dominate news content delivery, to study the relevance of the topics covered in contemporary journalism in contrast to the ethical beliefs of the youth. So there are certain ethical standards that as youth we set on the news media. So I wanted to examine the relevance of those content that are produced by news media against those ethical beliefs that we set on those news platforms, to discover the motivation of the youth behind consuming news content. Also, I took help of the uses and gratification theory of sociological theories of mass communication to conclude this research. And my research methodologies included both quantitative as well as qualitative methods. So after completing my quantitative methods, it was basically after my quantitative method when I realized that I will be also needing a qualitative analysis, because from those responses, I circulated my form to 105 youngsters, and then there were only 82 responses that I could finally collect. And from there, I realized I have to also conduct a focus group research, through which also I came to know about various facts that I will be revealing in the following upcoming presentation. So, I'll move on to the data findings straight away. So, in order to filter out my respondents, I extended these questions as how long do they consume news, then which media they prefer. Basically, by media I mean the mediums, like is it digital platforms, social media platforms, or the mainstream media or the print media. So I discovered from this research that not more than 2 hours are devoted to news by the youth, and there are very brief proportion of
2 hours a day?
Ma'am, sir, less than 2 hours a day.
Less than 2 hours can be from 1 minute to 119 minutes.
Yes, sir. So it was between the range of 1 hour to 2 hours. And the ones who were involved with digital media platforms, it was even lesser for them. And then I also found out that since it was based on the youth, so most of them were actually tilted towards digital media platforms and social media platforms because of their mobility nature of the digital media and mainstream. There were other reasons also why they avoided mainstream. So depending upon their interests and immediate effects, the youth tend to observe news till the end. So some of them did observe it till the end, and some of them did shifted to other content because they didn't like it or they didn't have any immediate effect towards them. That's why. And furthermore, it is also agreed on them that their opinions are more or less framed by their news exposure. So this was another concern of mine while conducting this research, that are their opinion at all formulated by the news media, be it mainstream, be it digital media. So I found out this was also a point where I stumbled a bit momentarily conducting this research, that maybe it won't be a point doing this research because they did agree that to a large extent their opinions are being formed. Not to a large extent, but briefly they are formed by the news media. So so here also there was a slight contradiction to users and gratification theory, which says that audiences are active and audiences frame their own opinion after watching. So here I felt that, but then while progressing through this research, I found out that this was one part of their opinion, but there was more to it. So there was, although they do not there was another question that I extended, that do they follow the bulletins or leave it in the middle, as I said. Sorry. Do you observe any change of opinion? As I said, there is a change of opinion and they do follow it till the end only if that affects them immediately. Then according to the opinion of the youth, the newsworthiness of the contemporary news representation is neither relevant nor irrelevant totally. So there are, although as I was writing my introduction, that there are instances of malpractices or sensationalism in journalism, but still the youth think that they are not irrelevant totally, and neither are they relevant fully. The data occurs that despite unnecessary coverage of news events, the news media is still playing an imperative role in bringing information and knowledge to the people as suggested by the youth. Therefore, it is believed by the youth that while 40% of news is irrelevant, 60% still caters to serious and impactful journalism. As far as biasness of the news providers is concerned, only a negligible number of youth thinks that they are not biased and impartial representation. There is no bias and impartial representation taking place. At the same time, it is discovered that majorly once they have in their life witnessed a sense of biasness in the news. So also here I found out there's a difference between sponsored news media and non-sponsored media. So there were a handful of people who answered my questions. They agreed that they do depend on news media for their opinions, because mainly on the non-sponsored news media outlets, not the sponsored ones. Yes, sponsored ones are also giving out proper information, but at times they are being biased, at times they are ideology tilted. But the non-sponsored ones, they think they are catering to the audience fully without any narrow interest or without any purpose of profit. So by comparing the relevance of news content presented and the ethical beliefs of the youth, it is found that except for 19% of the respondents, the rest accept that the contemporary news content is sensationalized and does not perform its level optimum in serving the public interest. This compels us to see the reality concerning the news media, which in order to suppress various issues excessively repeat certain events and vice versa. 23.2% undoubtedly admit that the contemporary news content are satisfactory to them, and the remaining are either not sure or totally dissatisfied with the same. This brings us the image of how the youth grade their content in accordance with the definition of fair journalism regarding contemporary journalism, which is far from gaining trust. So most of the people, there were two binary of people who did agree that there was no sensationalism, who did not agree that there is no sensationalism, but there was a moderate number of people who was in a dilemma whether to believe the news media or not to. Also from the qualitative outcome, I divided the two. There were two focus groups. I divided them into these two bases. One was one who preferred news content with modification and opinionated news, and the other focus group was who preferred only facts. So the ones who preferred opinionated, they agreed that they do need an external opinion to form their own opinion, and these news outlets such as Aaj Tak, Wire, News Laundry give them comprehensive content for grasping it, while the Hindu seems extremely relevant to them. The listed motivations that enable them to check news are to gain deep knowledge of the background of an issue, understand different points of view, and be able to talk in public. So these are the uses, or these are the gratification points that helped them to in because they consumed opinionated and modified news. And those who preferred facts, they said that news helps them in their daily lives by making them aware of their surrounding situations, gain information about current affairs, and stay updated as active individuals. News providers, they prefer for that purpose. For only facts, they said, were NDTV, India Today, Quint, and YouTube. So here I have mixed between the digital media and the mainstream media, but these were the respondents who answered. So this is because they believe they are unbiased and only offer facts without any manipulation. The reasons for consuming news to this focus group are awareness, governmental policies, and financial issues affecting their lives and societal conduct for the purpose of socializing. So with this, I would like to conclude my presentation here. And as the research on the youth was carried out over the online platforms, and the sampling of the respondents are done according to the standard calculations that exist, while measuring the satisfaction of the youth concerning current news media, there were a few contradicting analyses as well. This is because the youth, being directly asked whether the contemporary news content delivery is satisfactory, seemed contented, but at the same time, the majority of them happen to believe that sensationalization, biasness, and sponsored content also prevails. Therefore, response and conclusion observed in this study, there is a complete assurance that the current practices of news media are negatively impacting the credibility of the news providers suggested by the youth. Then, to talk about the further scopes of my research, the success of this study will pave the way for further investigation on how the youngsters build their habits towards news consumption, and in case of any differentiation from the past reflected in this study. Then what has caused that? Moreover, the results of this study can help gain knowledge about the performance of contemporary journalism and how much it is able to satisfy the ethical standards set by the youth. There are scopes for envisioning the outlook of media in the future through this study. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very clear that you put a lot of hard work in it. Again, I don't want to ask too many questions, but I believe that this needs, you chose a topic which is very, very broad. This is very important for any newspapers, because the newspaper, those who market the newspapers, they are trying to work out ways on how to create a product which appeals the youths. So, but again, this is very tricky, and this is very difficult. So you must speak to some of the seniors, your teachers, your guides, to kind of streamline it, because if you expand the scope of any research paper, so then you involve a lot of degree of difficulty into it, and then you find a lot of difficulty in navigating through the problems. So the equation gets bigger and bigger, more complexities creep in. But it's a good start. It's a good attempt. I could sense that you had put a lot of hard work, but you need to structure your thoughts, as also structure your paper, and also structure the way you present. It is not only reading out whatever you had written. There should be points, So you have to work on it a little bit more. You are young, so you speak to your seniors, and I think you can do a much better job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would keep that in mind.
Yeah. So another friend of, old friend of mine from the field of journalism. So, Sadia, please.
This is like really scary seeing them in the dark. I have good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Devi, for this kind. Okay, thanks. I'm actually used to sitting on the other side as a journalist, and so it's very difficult to come on screen and come on stage and speak. But good that this is a great opportunity. I come here today as a returning scholar. My name is Sadia Azim, and the topic that I have chosen is a hot topic, and I believe, before I clarify a lot of things here, excuse me, is there a problem? So this is a short video, which is my presentation, and I will run it. Please go through it wherever you want. It's basically the presentation. Wherever you want, you can ask me to pause. I will do so. And then we will have more time for question and answer, because I want you all to question a lot of things in this particular topic. As I said, I am now in the policy domain. I was a journalist earlier, and I shifted gradually. But still, the inquisitiveness, the interest in other people's life hasn't gone, which I had picked up as a journalist. And that's one of the major reasons why I chose this particular topic, which you can see is called, the topic is, can we start from the beginning? Yes. So the topic is digital communication, unraveling the impact of technology on right-wing propaganda machinery in India. Now, the word right-wing is very hot, and I do not want you all to jump into conclusion. I'll come back to it. Gradually as we proceed, you will get to see that why and how we chose this particular topic. The main points of discussion is the influence of technology, and analyzing how entities have effectively utilized digital tools to amplify narratives and shape public opinion. Impact assessment is providing an understanding of the tactics and effect. There is a challenge of misinformation, we all know, because there are echo chambers, ethical dilemmas in the digital sphere, and like promotion of the digital literacy was one of the reasons why we are going to discuss here. But I think this is playing, right? Yeah. So so this is basically the point of discussion in this presentation. Digital communication and political campaigns. So, why do political campaigners basically use the digital platform? Is basically they can map the keywords, they can map patterns, events, themes on the digital ecosystem. It is very easy. They can identify significant topics and something which interests people, which can be of interest to you all also. Our research questions, and particularly on the right-wing content, was basically, did technology enable people? And when I was doing this particular research, I saw there was a gradual shift of the discourse. People were, people who had a different topic of discussion, they were gradually moving into a different sphere altogether. And that was my level of interest. And why did I choose it? Then I realized that because, the amplification and the viral nature of the content basically forces you to go into that, the right-wing topics. And why did we choose right-wing topic is because that was mainstream at that particular point of time, at one particular point of time. It is more interactive and participatory in nature. Can we just go back? And the fragmentation and filter bubbles, because you create your own home, your own ecosystem where people are more safe, they feel safe to talk about it, even if whatever their ideology is. And that is why most of these political campaigners think that you are a chunk, a mass, and it's easier to make an influence on you or probably to communicate with you. Please move. Okay, go ahead. Now, yes. Now, why these mediums? Why is the digital ecosystem so important for political campaigners? Is because you have these social media platforms which can create fake news. You know, it's a fake news factory. You can manipulate images, half-baked information. You can micro-target. Like you can also send personalized messages. You can create a content farm which is like a high volume of general quality because it's tech-based. You can have bots and trolls. You know that bots are automated accounts and trolls are human-operated accounts. And you can also, as I said, you can create an echo chamber, a safe room like this, where you can have your own voices or a similar kind of voice being heard and told. And it is good to discuss here because we are now in that kind of a chamber. So the tools, what was basically used is definitely, number one is the social media platforms. There is an online advertisement, you know, like political advertisement websites, which is created, which is like generally any other website. Now, citizen-generated digital content, it is very important, is basically everyone is also the creator, unlike mainstream media. And mobile technology, which means the smartphone apps and various apps which AI generated, basically several tools which is forcing you to think on those lines, which was probably somewhere deep down and you were not giving much thought to it. The content analysis, and so, you know, like to study this, our method was basically the right-wing content. And why I say right-wing is because we wanted to think that there was a shift in the discourse. It was happening gradually. And why was it happening? We don't know. And to study that, why people who used to think something else earlier, why did we make a shift in our thoughts? So we did digital surveys. There were keyword selections, which was always propping up in the similar kind of topics. And it was over a period of time, particularly 2 months before. For this particular study, we chose right-wing content. And for this particular research, it was 2 months before the elections, 2 major elections, you know, the Lok Sabha elections, pre and post. And we were observing the digital activities on digital platforms. Content providers, and we chose those content providers who had more than 500 subscribers. The topics, you know, so now when we have, now I want you to stop here and I would tell you how the method worked. So what we did is basically chose certain topics which was rating high amongst, you know, mostly discussions of right-wing, which you ask people and they say this is right-wing. Like a topic, something on nationalism. I don't know why do people think that nationalism is something which is right-wing, which might not be. But when you ask the content creators, they justify it. So all these content creators who were surveyed basically said that nationalism was a right-wing thing. And that's how we segregated most of the narratives. The respondents were followed, activities were mapped, and it is a very interesting task for me basically to create the mapping, you know, chart where you put in all these creators on one side, you can have their activities, and then what they talk about, what are the content they are creating. So it is good to see it in one chart as to how they work. So a Pareto chart a Pareto chart was created. We showed the likelihood of each topic figuring in the conversation as in terms of top to the low. And we found that nationalism was the top choice, whereas, you know, economic issues were voted as last in the right-wing content. Populism against, you know, perceived threats and injustices were also voted higher. this is our methodology. So step 1, we were mapping this, we were mapping the topics. Step 2, we were following the content creators and then documenting as to what they did. And then we did the observations and resurveyed most of the content creators and their subscribers, basically. So please go ahead. And the criteria which was adopted basically was to test the language used, intended audience, target group, like who was being targeted, the message conveyed, and then post action, like what did they do on the digital platform. They shared, forwarded, the activities which the content creators created or instigated in the digital ecosystem. This was the result. So I don't know if you all can see it properly, but we saw that most of the people who were surveyed on the digital, digitally surveyed. So this is important. People can fake what they believe in on the digital platform. They might not be true, but when we followed this, we saw that the WhatsApp groups with more than 100 members, they were forwarding the same kind of content or similar content. If one thing has started, you will see it following in WhatsApp group all the time or on Twitter. If one conversation has started, most people will start tweeting in the same way, which says that somehow these activities are instigated or it has been pushed to action. Next slide. So, the observation says that there were common themes or strategies which validate and endorse pre-existing narratives. There was always cross-platform sharing, multiple channel use, originators, sharers, and viewers were all different actors on that platform, but they were all doing the similar kind of thing. Somebody was creating, others were forwarding it, or maybe exchanging it, or redeveloping, re-editing, manipulating the content. Basically, we saw that there was a reuse of the content, and that's why the influence was a change in public discourse. So what it justified is this is what is mass communication, that somebody who was generating a content, just because it reached out to a larger group, whether on an echo chamber or not, it did influence them to change their opinion. So some of the things what you would see that how was this change happening? So it was happening because there was an algorithm. This is where technology comes in. There was an algorithm recommendation which said, which you would see, in the hashtag and trends image, that's how you map things. So your machine is, and remember, please remember that all the inputs are human generated. Human beings are giving these they are basically telling the machine to produce these kind of results. So whether the algorithm recommendation is happening, but it is happening is only, it is being prompted by human beings. So then you can see there are automated accounts or bots. Again, for bots, what they have to answer has to be given by human beings. So that is being developed by users, the content creators. We have targeted advertising, and then you would see that the video platforms where you have all these news channels, which could be, maybe one kind of content which is hateful or probably manipulated or not true, but they exist on platforms like YouTube, which has a longer shelf life. They are there for all the time. You can anyway dig it, and that is why their effect, because of the digital ecosystem, the effect is much longer and it's going to stay. The same thing is like the data analytics. So what do people want to know? The data analytics is basically, they are telling you, telling the user, the creators that where do people live, their data is being shared, their data is actually being mapped together so that they can segregate it, and the similar kind of echo chambers are created where people are being filled with the content which they want to actually influence the audience. These are automated content forms, which are, again, these are forms which are automated, which has been put to, some type of timely pushing of content, and which keeps on happening on a regular basis. They are on the loop. Your search engines also provide the similar content. So user profiling is again one of the tool which is being used primarily, because that is helpful, as well as helpful in the sense that during political campaigns, campaigners basically create these user profiling, and then they try and give them the same kind of idea which is required, the same kind of content which the user or the audience wants. We have a content management system, and then the AI and social media algorithms. As you see, that there are two images. The real image is this, but you can create through your machine, because they know if they create, if this image is on the digital platform, then probably it will not be taken as seriously as the other image. So the other image is going to impact much more.
Sadia, just one thing, someone is keeping time, so I was just told.
I'm done. This is the last.
So if you can wrap up.
Certainly. Yes, this is completely, and last. And this is the conclusion. So, like what we need basically. So we are in this situation right now. What we need is basically, since tech-based solutions are actually creating content, why not tech-based solution to test authenticity or measure accuracy and assess impact could be a potential solution to curb like hate-filled media content or content which people usually do not like. On one hand, you do not like, but when you are flooded with that kind of information, maybe that is bound to make an effect on you, which could be adverse or which could be a good effect as well, where you find more mates on the digital platform with similar thoughts or similar kind of beliefs. That's it from me. Thank you. And now, Devdeep, what questions do you have?
Thank you very much, Sadia. It was very really illuminating, and you chose a topic that is something very close to my heart. So I think if there is anyone
questions, yeah.
Anyone has any questions, Shomu, I think you should ask something, no?
Because we were researching on the right-wing discourse, and I could segregate it in terms of topics. So that's why these echo chambers are basically the right-wing content creators. But usually, because of the availability of that kind of content, you gradually tend to get into your online communities, and that's how your chamber is built. It is more sanitized, it's filtered, and you could actually build a fence around it as well. Yes. Which used to be anything, yes, Bharat, we have always spoken about, Bharat in our common discourse. But now, and more so, people or the audience, here in this case, the audience believes that Bharat is right-wing. Whether it is right-wing or not, we don't know. But majority of people, if you ask them, they really think that Bharat, actually it goes with the right-wing content, which might not be true. But how was that created? That was created is through these tools. So yes, it's very important. That's why my inquiry in this particular research was basically what content do we consider as right-wing, and it was very difficult for me to you know, like segregated from the general content, everyday's content which you see on mainstream. But I realized that our content creators or people who were surveyed, and these people who were surveyed were basically people with more than 500 subscribers, and they were prominent members of the digital ecosystem. They believe that these topics are right-wing. So they are the one who have already identified that this is right-wing content and it needs more of a mass communication. So it needs to be reached out. And so how tech is being used to reach out to people.
Yeah, you know, yeah, exactly. You know, this is something the moment we bring in the right wing, left wing kind of thing, this is just my suggestion because I believe that you will still be doing a lot of fine tuning. The moment you are talking, I mean, bear me out, Orindam and Shummo, that the moment we are bringing things like right wing and something, so we are kind of alienating a section of people who are confused that what is right wing and what is left wing. I think, you know, the larger thing is, it is about hate, you know. What I sincerely believe that the major difference of the India that in which we used to live in when Shomo was a journalist. So that was an India when we did not have so much of hate. You know, today in my school WhatsApp group, you know, I can't enter, you know, and where you know that there is a fight going on between Hindus and the Muslims and the right wingers and the left wingers. You know, I say that I am a minority because I am atheist, you know. So there are Hindus, there are Muslims, right wing, left wing. I'm an atheist, you know. So I'm the biggest minority. So this is something, you know, I mean, if this can be fine-tuned, because the moment you bring in right wing, then you also attach religion to it.
Absolutely. So this thought that right wing is attaching, you know, religion was one of my biggest, you know, like concern, and that's why we delved deep into this this research as to why, you know, like religion was right wing. Earlier, you know, generally if you go into the history of right wing and or left wing, it was economic issues which actually made people be right or left, or you know. But now if you see the greater narrative, it's basically religion, as I said, nationalism, or you know, immigration, like the CAA or NRC or things that become right wing. But why does it become right wing? Yeah, that's the question.
Here I have another point I think we should conclude, and this is a very heavy discussion. I don't want to expose my young friends, and this is something we old people should discuss. But main thing is, you know, there is nothing wrong with nationalism. It becomes a problem with it attains the status of Zingoism. That is what we see in our country. So this is what, yeah, this is very lopsided. And my last point is when you were saying that what can be the solution, that digital medium is used for such propaganda. So we have to use digital media to kind of counter it. That you have said. But I think it is easier said than done, because who will come up, because we the secular liberals and all that, you know, I mean, who will have, because those who are making those hate-filled kind of campaign, they have certain incentives, you know, but those who are against hate, their only incentive is to stop hate, you know. The incentives, the payoffs of spreading hate is very high than the incentives of trying to prevent that. No, so these are very difficult things which I believe this is a very interesting thing, you know. So on that note, can I take the permission of everyone?
Yes.
And all my friends towards the back, I know that it was, at times, these things get boring. Had I been in your place, I would have also felt the same. But the thing is, academics is also about rigor. অনেক কিছুই পছন্দ হয় না, সেগুলো করতে হয়, you know, बहुत चीज़ हमें पसंद नहीं आती है, लेकिन हम लोगों को करनी पड़ती है. So that is what you should also learn, and at least some of the things that we discussed here in the initial session as well as in the papers, they are very interesting, and I hope even if you consume 10% of what were discussed, you will leave the campus today as more enriched. So wishing you more enrichment and more freedom, and now you are free. Thank you.
One last thing I just want to add is, before bringing this presentation into this room, I actually texted Arindam this morning to ask, is it good enough to talk about right wing? And he said, yes, it's perfectly fine, because some topics might be, difficult to basically, talk about, but it is always good to talk it out.
You were not here when I spoke, I gave a, so, and I broke all the barriers. I am not as politically correct as you. Yeah, thank you very much, buddies. Yeah.
we have lined up for you today some very interesting papers. The first paper we have is Sustainability and News Media Advertising, a critical analysis of eco-narratives in the digital advertising landscape. This paper will be presented by Saurav Mukherjee, who is an associate professor from ILEAD, Kolkata. The next paper we have today is Analyzing the Impact of Online Advertisement During COVID-19 Pandemic. This paper would be presented by Mr. Joydeep Mukherjee, who is an associate professor at Sister Nivedita University. Next, we have Transition of Traditional Media After the Emergence of Digital Media. This would be presented by Khushbu Shah, who is a research scholar at Institute of Leadership and Entrepreneurship and Development, that is ILEAD. Next up, we have the arrival of folk culture in the corporate communication sector of India, which will be presented by Anish Thakur, a research scholar at ILEAD, Kolkata. Lastly, we have digital narratives and of cultural change, examining social media's role in shaping young adults, which will be presented by Ashwarya Chatterjee, who is an associate professor at ILEAD, Kolkata. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
हेलो ठीक है जी हेलो हेलो So thank you SNU for inviting me to moderate this particular session. I would prefer not to go in detail in the beginning. I just want to share one thing that you have the presenter 8 minutes for presentation of your particular research paper, but there should be somebody who will be noting the timing, and like a television, hello, there should be somebody who will take care of the timing, and I do not know that whether you have any experience of doing any live program in television, but if you have, then in your earphone there will be continuous feedback from your producer that 30 seconds left or 40 seconds left. So naturally I will expect that you will not warn me just at the moment of 8 minutes. You will warn me, or you will warn the presenter 30 seconds or 40 seconds before. And after that there will be a 2 minutes of question answer if I have any question, or you audience, you have any questions. Okay? Then let us go ahead.
Play my presentation. Do you want a PDF? I can give you a PDF as well. Yeah, there was a PPT and a PDF. You can play any of them. Yeah. This is the next one, right? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'll just start, sir. With your permission, I'll start my presentation. Before actually going into the paper, before actually going into the details of it, there are some keywords that we'll be talking again and again. The first one is obviously sustainability, because that's the core.
Now, the second one is eco-narrative. And the third one is our new media advertising landscape. Okay. In terms of paper, I got a very small time to write this paper. So the research is mostly qualitative. I have gathered data mostly from various primary and secondary sources. Now, to start with, to start with, this paper actually addresses mainly 3 research questions, and this one, right? This paper actually addresses mainly 3 or 4 research questions. The first one is actually, what are the common themes? Now, if I talk about new media advertising landscape, all the major brands, if you guys are into advertisement, you guys are media students. So if we talk about the new media advertising landscape, the question of sustainability is something that is coming into play from a very long time now. It's been 5 or 6 years that people are actually, big brands, especially we just got to see the launch of the new iPhone 15, and along with that they kind of also launched the new Apple Watch. So what's the new thing in that? Apple actually claimed that it's a 100% carbon neutral watch. Now, focusing on that aspect, that is the key role, or that is the key shift that we kind of see in our new media advertisings. People are talking about sustainability. So in this paper, I tried to kind of focus on what are the common themes in these kind of advertisements. Secondly, what are the storytelling techniques? Initially, if we focus on the especially in India and also in abroad, maybe 10 years earlier, if we focused on the advertisement, they are extremely sexist, they are extremely misogynist in terms of their narratives. Now, the next speaker, Onne sir, will more talk about the woke culture. But in our advertisement as well, we are also focusing on that. So, so now the next thing is, the next question is, in terms of storytelling, is it just woke, or we are already awakened? Thirdly, it's about the eco-narratives in the digital advertising, and what are the eco-narratives there? Okay, so guys, I can see you guys are a little busy, but I'll say one thing. You guys have heard about whitewashing, right? We call a lie whitewash. Now, there is something also called greenwashing. So in this paper, I tried to focus on that as well. What is greenwashing, and how companies kind of, in terms of becoming sustainable, they are focusing on the greenwashing things as well. And the last one is the eco-narratives in the digital advertisement. What are the consumer behavioral patterns, and what are the changes in that? Okay, sir, if you allow me, I'll just play one video from Apple. So play the Apple video. Yeah. Okay. By the time it is playing, I'll just talk about this video because I have a very little time here. So just let me know when it's ready. Yeah. Yeah. So if we look into the advertisement, we'll see that Apple is claiming that they are going to be 100% carbon neutral by the by 2030, which is a big claim for a big company like Apple, especially who has a larger logistics and management kind of a structure. Their product can be carbon neutral, but if we talk about the packaging, if we talk about the seller, the distributor, the networks, making them carbon neutral is a big deal. So now Apple is now claiming about that in terms of their advertisement, in terms of their communication. Same goes for McDonald's as well. Actually, prior to Apple, McDonald's has already claimed that they are becoming 60% carbon neutral. So if we talk about these narratives are called eco-narratives in terms of their advertisement. Is it ready? Okay. So in terms of their narratives, these are eco narratives. Now if we in this paper I kind of talked about and taken the case study of two major brands. One is Apple from abroad, and also Patagonia, a brand who kind of make this big claim. Then it was around 2011, they put on a Black Friday sale, they had a entire full pager ad called "Don't Buy Our Jacket." So that campaign actually also Patagonia, a brand so let's see the video first.
Hundreds of manufacturers, distributors, testers, assemblers, disassemblers, and material makers all upgrading to 100% renewable energy. A lot of them are even going zero waste, but it's still not enough. Manufacturing is just a part of it. What about all of you? This is a big one. Apple devices are all over the world, and by 2030, all of the electricity charging all of your devices will be 100% renewable. So you're a part of this too, because Apple is going carbon neutral. No, everything Apple is going carbon neutral. Apple has a plan.
Yeah. So not only that, actually, in terms of their brand communication, all the major brands are kind of shifting into this way, because this is the high time we talk about sustainability. This is the high time we talk about nature and environment. So as I said, that the ad of Patagonia, I took a case study of Patagonia. In this in my theoretical framework, I kind of took both the aspects of eco narrative, and also I talked about the greenwashing theories, because these are equally important, and with these kind of narratives I kind of focused on. I kind of so I'll just skip to the research methodology for now, because that's more in detail in the paper. So just for you, sir, for the research methodology, I applied a mixed method where but the quantitative part is a little less, because this is more of qualitative analysis that I have done through various datas, and I took a small survey as well in terms of understanding the narratives. Now, as I said about the eco narratives, And in this digital advertising, Patagonia actually 2011 they started with this, don't buy this jacket. And as we know that the fabric industry, the fashion industry in a whole is the second largest polluters in terms of their emissions, in terms of their carbon footprints. So Patagonia kind of did that, don't buy our jacket if you don't need our jacket. So that actually was the first step to build a eco narrative. But the question was that was more of a greenwashing, because they didn't start any of the frameworks that we need for a yeah. Yeah. Okay. I have 2 minutes. Okay. In terms of Patagonia, we kind of put that ad in terms of the greenwashing part, because they didn't build any of those things that they have promised, and that is the difference between a eco narrative and a greenwash. Now, in India, I talked about 2 case studies. One is the Bin Boy ad campaign, where HUL or Hindustan Unilever, they focused on keeping the dry and wet waste separate, and how that can take a larger goal in terms of sustainability. Same goes for the Jagore campaign in Tata Tea. They also talked about that if we are not woke by now about environment, about the whole sustainability, our children will not see the world that we have seen. So these eco-narratives kind of took me to the next direction, and I have, I think, 1 minute. So that is the VR framework. So this is the way AI is something that is covering the whole industry. VR is something which can be a sustainable choice, and which can also create a lot of lesser carbon footprints when it comes of demonstration, when it comes about product advertisement, management, all those things. If we take a VR framework, and if we talk about the eco message here, that can be a solution that I have proposed in my paper. And lastly, some implication and recommendation for future research. Through this narratives, through VR framework, through eco-narrative, if the policymakers of our country kind of focus on these sustainability factors, we kind of at least can promise a better future for you guys. Thank you so much.
Right. Already we have overstepped in the next speaker, but still, as it was the beginning. Number one, if you have any question, then you ask to Saurav, and then we will proceed.
It's about sustainability and eco-narrative in the new media advertisement.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I thought, or I expected, that you would include 2 of the biggest green NGOs.
Yeah.
হ্যাঁ, ওই দুটো মানে আমি ভেবেছিলাম তুমি হয়তো গ্রিন পিস বা এদেরকে ইনক্লুড করবে তোমার, বিকজ দে হ্যাভ টেকেন আ ভেরি বোল্ড স্টেপ টুয়ার্ডস zero carbon world.
So I have mentioned in my paper, not in this presentation, I have mentioned about Greenpeace, and also the steps that WHO is taking in terms of their sustainability factors. So they are making sustainability ambassador, and I also talked about Greta Thunberg in a little.
ওকে, আরেকটা যেটা পয়েন্ট যেটা আমার ইয়েতে মনে হলো, যে দ্য ফ্যাক্ট দ্যাট India is also, what will I say? They are not walking the talk.
Yes, sir.
If we can.
Yes, sir.
ওকে
yeah.
সো এই ওয়াকিং দ্য টক তার জন্য একটা প্রপোজাল মানে মানে এটা যদি তুমি একটা ছোট করে ঢোকাতে পারো যে
Okay.
হাউ সাস্টেনেবল energy sustainable world can be done even
Yes.
without a carbon footprint.
Okay, okay, sir. Definitely.
Yeah, and it would be very nice.
I talked about Tata a little, but
Yeah.
in a whole in the
Because if
paper, I'll put that.
I mean, are you doing just analysis of the kind of publicity that is being done, or will you do a মানে কি বলবো a controlled tabulation also of people survey?
Sir, I have as I said, I have done a very small analysis of the ad makers of Kolkata. So mostly that is within the friend circle only. But,
But
I
it's
have
okay.
I have talked about the narratives that they are
That's
building
perfectly
from
okay,
the
yeah.
corporate perspective. So that is what data I have put here.
ठीक है. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Audience, do you have any question? One second. Do you have any question? Anybody? Okay, thank you, Saurabh. But let me tell you two, three things. You can sit. You all remember that when we use toothpaste, initially there was, I'm not mentioning the name of the brands, but initially we had gel type of toothpaste or normal toothpaste, but later they introduced something that is called neem toothpaste. I think you remember that. The same multinational company, they used the term neem and made the container green, or they are now using some toothpaste calling charcoal toothpaste. So I think, Saurabh, when you are thinking about the sustainability, this is the another part of sustainability, that if you don't include the things which are very close to the grassroots, the companies are finding that it is very difficult to sustain. So advertisement is not seriously to make the world carbon free, but to sell the commodity. So to sell the commodity, you have to find out that whether they are serious about their slogans, whether they are serious about their whatever they are trying to make the consumer fool. That should be the follow-up actions of such type of research paper, that whether they are really doing so. Because when we have just finished our G20, there we have talked about biofuel. When our central government is talking about the Ujjwala Yojana for gas connections, that is a very, not only the empowerment of the women, but reducing the use of this what is that called? What fuel? Coal? Fossil fuel and wood also. So this is all are interconnected. So we need to go in detail of that also. Next, Joydeep.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sir. PDF, please. So before I start, I want to give you some examples that what are the top 3 global events that have shaken the world in the last 100 years. Any idea? First one, Shotajit. The first one is the Hiroshima Nagasaki bombings during World War II. Then 9/11 attack and the destruction of the World Trade Center. And thirdly, the COVID-19 pandemic, from 2019 to 2022, hopefully. So, welcome everyone. That my topic is analyzing the impact of online advertising during the COVID-19 pandemic. So we have seen that the first two waves of COVID, they have completely changed our world. Now if we look at the change, that what change that it has done. So the first one is the mortality, because a lot of family size have been reduced. There has been a change in the structure of the family, the income of the family. Then the fertility, with lower birth rates, lesser marriages, lesser admission in the hospital due to the deliveries. We have seen that there has been a small decrease in the lesser number of kids per woman. Then migration, which we all know that what has happened on 24th March 2020 night. And finally the quality of life, that is the reduction in income, fall in expenses, change in the expenditure pattern. While it has some good effects, that lowering the mortality, there are due to the lesser accidents, exposure to serious pathogens. So these are the changes that we have witnessed. Now, what change that it has happened? What change this COVID has happened? So, in terms of demographics, we have witnessed a Himalayan change. I will not go through the slide, but you can really understand that as per the demographics, the structure of the families, the income level of the families, the quality of life, when all are getting changed, so it leads to a significant change in our world. Now, the question that arises is that what change we witness in the digital world? The answer is a complete new world. So, what are the changes that we have seen after COVID, or it started before COVID also, and COVID has actually accelerated a lot of things. We have seen that slowly people are moving into the digital, and it is not slowly, it is very, very fast. I will speak about the rates also, and it can, I have done some secondary research on various reports by McKinsey, BCG, Kantar. So with the increase in the usage of social media, the social media marketing, digital marketing, these are increasing in a more than double digits. Increase in the free time, increased usage of social media, enrolling into the social media, usage of YouTubes. We have also seen the increase in the digital advertising. Then the lifetime value consumers are increasing, because nowadays sales are not limited to only one time sale. Once you become a customer, they keep bombarding you with the messages or SMSs or WhatsApp or mails. Then the demand for the video content is going up. We have seen a lot of reels, Facebook Live, Insta Live, and when I am speaking over here, it is also going in the Facebook Live, and I guess a lot of people are watching it. Facebook and YouTube, yeah. So we have also seen the digital education, and I can proudly say that when the lockdown was announced, our institute from 16th of March 2020, the moment the government of West Bengal has announced, the next day we have moved into the hybrid mode. We are the first university in the Eastern India, or in India, I guess, and also the virtual events. So those who are not able to come, we are seeing that they are presenting papers by online. Okay, but 3 years before or 4 years before, this virtual event concept was not as much as applicable what is right now. So the research questions which I have posed is that how has COVID-19 affected consumer behavior and the subsequent marketing strategies approach, and how marketing evolved and changed during the pandemic. So based on these two questions, there are some research objectives which I framed to analyze the impact of COVID-19 on online advertising and marketing, to analyze the future role of advertising post the COVID-19 pandemic, and to understand the growth trajectory of the digital ad platforms. So this is our hypothesis that those, since a lot of companies have started to go digital already, and COVID has accelerated that particular rate, and there is a fast track movement from the analog to the digital. So this is our hypothesis, and mostly we have chosen the secondary research. We have studied the reports of various companies like the Harvard Business Review, the reports of World Economic Forum, Deloitte, Statista, IAB, World Advertising Research Center, Kantar, ResearchGate. Okay. I have also looked upon the portals like CNBC, New Yorker, Press Gadget. This has also been done. And not only that, a small survey among 120 respondents have also been done as a part of the primary study. So I want to highlight that particular part because the secondary reports are there in the paper which I will submit. So from the random survey, I have approached to around more than 200 respondents with a pen and paper questionnaire, and out of which only 120 people have turned out, and mostly the people who were eager to give the response were the females. So 75% of the respondents out of, even though I tried to make a 50-50 ratio among males and females by distributing 105, 104 questionnaires each, most of the people who were eager to give the response were the females. And mostly they were the young females because 90% of the respondents were from the age group of 18 to 27. So what are the implications? That the proactiveness of women in the society on the internet, and there's a greater opportunity for the brands to advertise accordingly. So buying and selling the beauty products, women clothing, okay. And also we have seen that there are a lot of other online platforms like Miso, which are, and then the Nika. So these were coming up with a more number of females products rather than the males. And mostly, if you look at that, the 18 to 27, which is the youths, so providing the special offers to this particular age group can actually help in the development of the growth of the business. So we have asked them that out of the following media, which media you use or witness or follow the most. So 60% of them have said the social media, and 20% of them, they have mentioned the search engine ads. So mostly 80% of them, they are follow in the, mostly they use the social media followed by the search engines. Next. And if you look at the random survey, so what are the attitudes of people towards the online advertisement? So 50% of them say that they like it or strongly like it, and 25% of them are neutral. So we can say that mostly 75% of them, they are either neutral or they like the online ads. Next. So the reasons for liking and disliking the online media, the likes are that can interact with the seller directly, can see the ad multiple times. The ads are very lively. The quality of videos are very good. We can see it on the smartphone. Feedback we can get instantly from the users. And some dislike is that pop-ups sometimes are very irritating. Sometimes the ads are very irrelevant, and sometimes the language that the audience used to give, it is very, very inappropriate and unparliamentary languages, which most of the respondents told that they haven't liked. Next. So,
finish it, huh?
Sorry? Yeah. So, it is well understood that people are liking it. But the point which I want to highlight over here is that after seeing the ad, whether they are buying it or not, so we can say that very often it is 55% of the people mostly buys after looking at the ad. So this is the important takeout, that not only the viewers of the online ad is increasing, but also it is driving the purchase. So I haven't gone it by which category that they purchase most, or which things are they purchase most. So a further research can be done on that. So there is a scope, because this paper has been done on a very, very haste. So definitely, if we could ask them that what kind of categories they used to buy most, so we might get a different percentage over here. Next.
Just sum up.
So, so just to give you a number, that right now the online advertising is a $10 billion industry in India, and within the next 5 years, it will, the projected growth is by 210%, with an annual 16% CAGR growth rate. Next. So to conclude, that the pandemic has shaped the advertising business. People are increasingly open-minded, and corporations are finding new ways to accelerate the transition. The second thing is that the pay TV is going down, and ad-supported video streaming by the video providers, they are going up. The OTT platforms, advertising in the OTT platforms is moving up, and hence the advertising industry will be under a lot of pressure, because everyone will be looking at various media to reach to the right kind of audiences, and we have means by which they can study the profile. So there is a lot of work for the advertisers to choose, or especially the media planners, that which media they should choose. And in future, not only by 2028, hopefully after that, the online media will move on.
Thank you. Hello. Any questions?
অনলাইন অ্যাড যে বেড়েছে, এটাতে তো কোনো সন্দেহ নেই, কিন্তু ডেটাতে একটা জিনিস দেখলাম which is very striking, which is never is zero. That means online ad and also the result of the online ad. So there are some returns for the online ad. I mean, it's never zero, which is a very significant.
Never zero.
Yeah, which is a very significant.
It might be very rare.
Yeah, but
it is never zero. So
it's
so
never
there is
zero.
some return.
So that is a very significant point, I think, that has come out in your research. You could expand on that also. That is how significant online ads have become for us. That is number one. And another thing that I thought was pretty, which I think you did not touch upon, is also now these ads, these online ads, they are not selling products. They are selling an ideology, an emotion, a perspective, a point of view. And that is the reason perhaps why the results are coming more. They are not selling a matte lipstick. They are selling the rebel inside an 18-year-old girl. They are not selling hand wash. They are selling.
Here I have one thing to say. Add. The point is that you have not researched this. There is an opportunity to identify that which are the brands, because this mobile is your personal property. When any advertisement is coming in this mobile, you yourself has to decide that whether you will buy the top or the lipstick or the shoe or anything else. But there are many products still now. Radio as a media, newspaper as a media, and television as a media, these are not a personal property. So when at your household something is needed with a collective response and collective opinion, there this digital advertisement is a failure.
True, absolutely.
So you have to identify in your research paper that what are the products. As you have said that 18 to 27, be it girls or boys, they can decide themselves when their parents giving them or they are earning their own money that I have to buy this particular brand of jeans or this particular brand of shoe on my own. There is no interference from your parent. But when you have to buy a sofa cum bed or sofa set for your drawing room, then that needs a collective decision.
Absolutely, sir.
So that is another point which need to be included.
True. Sir, I had worked 11 years with Kantar, especially in the household panel, and there I have seen that 80% of the household categories, those choices are done by the housewife herself. The household categories means the which brand of tea will be purchased, which
Gas oven even.
Gas oven, then which brand of oil will be purchased, which brand of soap will be bought at
So
home.
you will never find such type of advertisement in digital media.
True, absolutely. So that's why I have mentioned that it will be a challenging task for the advertisers or the media planners to look at that which media is being watched by whom and by whom they can target.
Exactly. So anything else?
Anyone? Oishojara, Kiju, ache point.
I don't think that those who are sitting in the audience, they contribute anything for their household at present, so they don't have any question.
স্টুডেন্টসরা কোনো প্রশ্ন আছে না? আচ্ছা, এই যেটা ইয়ে বললো, বক্সি বললো, ইটস আ ভেরি ইম্পর্টেন্ট পয়েন্ট যে কালেকটিভ ডিসিশনসে when it becomes a collective decision, তখন কিন্তু মানে to what is the penetration of digital ad in case of a collective decision? Even when we are
subject to research, I think.
Yeah,
It is a huge subject.
Yeah, so
it is actually a PhD subject.
So, Rumpa has an observation. Yeah.
Yes, I absolutely agree with Bokshi sir and Arindam as well as you, sir. I joined a bit late, I'm sorry, but what I feel is this study should also keep in consideration a number of other parameters, not just gender, but also class. Whether they are salaried class, they are business class, or this age group of 22 to 27, which mostly is, students or early professionals. Think about the spending habits of these people, whether they are rural or urban, or even certain zones of the country. For instance, the people in Bangalore or Hyderabad or Mumbai or Delhi, are they more liable to spend than people who are, for instance, they're in Assam or in certain pockets of Andhra Pradesh or in certain places in Gujarat, Jammu and Kashmir? So I think that your study is excellent, but I feel it can actually be a bit more elaborated.
Because if we can look at the various, so offhand I am telling you that this study includes the respondents from all over India.
Absolutely.
One each. So out of 120 base, we cannot
One more thing, ma'am.
But
if I say,
but even at least if we can have, say, 385, which is the 95% significant level by states, I think this study can give, or these numbers can give fantastic results.
Sure.
Right. And one more thing that, as you are saying, that there is a huge amount of young generation from this 18 to 27, those who are not that much privileged to get the opportunity to earn or get spend, or not that way exposed to the brands. But even then, they are Rapido driver, they may be any delivery boy, food delivery boy, but the way they use such type of advertisements and try to find out their comfortable brands in terms of price, and it is happening that they are purchasing, they are spending on that irrespective of gender. This is not that only male or female or only female. This is happening. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello. 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 Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is on transition of traditional media to digital media in the advent of Web 2.0. So, what is traditional media? Traditional media can be any media which came before the advent of internet. Traditional media's main aim was to disseminate information and news and entertain. Here you can see print media such as television, radio, cinema were used to increase the brand awareness and attract new customers. Basically, with the advent of new media like digital media, the access of mobile phones and internet became very, very popular. As you can see, Web 2.0 made internet more accessible, and regardless of the location and device, mobile became very user-friendly. Digital media can be any online platform which can directly send messages to their target audience. When it was traditional media, news was not that handy, but when digital media came in, news became two-way for everyone. As you can see, traditional media is a one-way communication process because news was there but feedback was missing. But when information came into online, everything was two-way. As you can see, one-to-one communication was possible, whereas in traditional media there was one-way communication. As you can see, in traditional media it was propaganda based, but in new media it was more about user generated content where the audiences can create their own content. As you can see, the cost to reach the audience was maximum when it comes to traditional media, whereas in digital media, the cost is too low. When it comes to Web 2.0, see the interactivity and user-friendly thing became very popular as users can create their own blogs, social media posts came in, images, videos and interactive sessions were quite common. The aim of this research is that to understand that digital media consumption pattern has changed over time and to understand that up-to-date information is only available through online content. Media literacy also plays an important and a critical role. To find out the right balance, both has to be come together and both communication and audience has to move parallelly. As you can see, for advertising also, they are using online platforms instead of traditional platforms. This report by KPMG shows that out of 38%, this report shows that the newspaper readership decreased from 38% to 40%. According to Associum report in 2017, Social media platforms such as Twitter, Facebook, WhatsApp has changed the reading habit of the users. As you can see, the change in global traditional media consumption, the total media consumption of online user is 12%, whereas for print, newspapers and magazines has come down to -45 and -56%. The significance of digital media in relation to traditional media is that it is more citizen journalism, means user generated. Now the users can generate their own content, photos and videos. User can not only provide information but also they can create their own content. As you can see, data analytics and personalization is also a very key factor which makes it more crucial, because this information content allows the users and the customers to customize their own content. The key findings are the audience engagement. Audience are more interactive, they are more engaging, and now it is more cost effective than the traditional media. Data analytics provides data allowing the organization to gain more deep insights along with the audience behavior. Real-time updates, everything is updated now. Everything is updated in the sense, newspaper, magazines, everything has come online, and there is a transition change from the traditional media to digital media. The conclusion is that if we conclude that traditional media can work properly when it is digital, like traditional medias have now online portals, online newspapers, everything has come online and everything has become a common platform as a collaborative platform. That's it. Thank you. Any questions?
Right, any question?
No, I first of all.
এমনিও ভয় পেয়ে আছে কিন্তু প্রচুর।
Now, first of all, students here, all of you, see, this is a very proud moment for any teacher when his or her student presents a paper as a faculty. So, Khushbu was my student at Calcutta University, and today she is presenting a paper as a faculty of iLead. It gives me great pleasure, Khushbu. And oh, she's debuting here, so that's even better. And I would like to say your paper is pretty comprehensive, and one thing I would just want you to do is capture the transition. Even traditional media has gone some physical and attitude change, if I can add. So if you can add that to your paper, I think it would be very complete. And that's just a suggestion. Okay, otherwise, it's very nicely done paper.
One more thing is that I believe that digital media is still in its infant stage. But what is the major effectivity of media? Media has an archival value. Now, how far, as a person like me, as a person like you, would be able to archive any information when it will be through digital media? That should be another part of your research work, the archival part of it. Newspaper, you can archive it. Television is archived in the television office. If you ask them, then they will provide it. Radio is archived in radio. If you ask, they will provide it. But in digital media, where it is archived? How can you get it? So that is another thing. I think so that it needs to be ascertained. Thank you.
হ্যালো,
ও যে চটি পরে রিপোর্টিং করতে আর এখন জুতো পরে মাস্টারি করছে, এটা আমি বুঝতেই পারিনি।
আমার তো মনে হচ্ছে এখানে রাজ্যসভার মতন জিজ্ঞেস করতে হবে, অনারেবল স্পিকার, হাউ মাচ টাইম ডু উই হ্যাভ? We still have 8 minutes, that's a good news. Anyway, everyone can hear me, right? Because my topic is with woke culture, I need to find you guys awoke. So, are you guys awake? All right, good to go. Right, so I'm going to talk about, sir, the arrival of woke culture in the corporate communication sector of India. Well, to start off with, I'm not going to take too much of your time, just to introduce you to the basics of corporate communication, which I think the students here would know, but just for the audience. Historically, corporate communication has focused itself on conveying messages to external stakeholders with a limited emphasis on internal inclusivity. Delivering was important more than who was getting it delivered. Simple as that. Initially, inclusivity and diversity were often relegated to the periphery of corporate communication. And if we now talk about, can I have this full screen, please? I think the tray there is at the bottom. If we could have that, thank you so much. So as the corporate world began to reorganize its intrinsic value of inclusivity, it is important for us to now know what this term means. This term merely doesn't mean anymore that whether you are from a particular gender, it also means which background you are coming from, what are your core ethos, what do you believe in? Do you believe in not replying to your boss after 8 hours of work? Is that your right or is that not? So, which brings us to the notion of diversity and being woke. In this globalizing world, I should say woke is the adjective that we are using here. Woke, as you can see here on your screen, literally means well-informed, up-to-date, alert to injustice in society, especially racism. And this terminology has found itself into prominence in the past 10 years or so. Well, I would say in the past 10 years it has been more in use. I'm sorry, this has gone back. Can I go back here? Yeah, okay, all right. Not very used to this. So, in here, what has happened is, in the prominence that woke culture has gained, there has been its after effects. There has been a certain word that has circulated in the media, which is cancel culture as well. But we'll get to that in a minute. When we talk about woke culture, we are talking about workplace and inclusivity. And what do we exactly mean by that? It means that the core ethos of corporate communication needs to change. It needs to bring forward at least of these 11 points into what is now known as integrated human resource management. It's not just human resource management anymore in corporate communication. So leadership commitment, assessments and data, I should say, education and training, inclusive policies and practices, diversity in hiring and representation, employee resource groups, inclusive communication, feedback mechanism, and accountability and metrics. So continuous learning and adaptation as well as external engagement is of importance right here. Which is why you can see this graph which I have borrowed from Deloitte's website, where it says 80% of their respondents, Deloitte is one of the largest MNCs, as most of you, I think all of you would know. Respondents have said that inclusion is important when choosing an employer. 39% of respondents have reported that they would leave their current organization for a more inclusive one. So you can see 80% of people have chosen that inclusivity is important, and almost 40% are stating that currently they would like to change their job for a more inclusive atmosphere. 23% of the respondents have indicated that they have already left. So woke culture has arrived in the world. How ready are we? This arrival of woke culture in corporate communication sector of India has signified a significant shift in the way organizations are now approaching communication and diversity. As you all know, I think media students and in fact the student community at large, over our past few years we've had this discussion that more and more students are saying that I don't want to fall in that 9-to-5 job category, but I need job security. But I need to be assured that I won't be attracted to a wealthy pay package and made to work on a Sunday. I want my Sundays. So all of these are making its way into what is becoming more woke. It is not just about gender, it is not just about caste or race. It is also becoming more and more about choices. In India, ensuring inclusion and fair treatment of women in the workplace goes beyond a mere competence and compliance with the legal authorities. This has been well documented in the past, so I'm not getting into the entire documentation of it. I'll just show you a few charts which will say whatever is needed to be. Iconically, after 2018, the Article 377, when the Supreme Court passed its judgment, LGBTQ plus inclusion in the workplace has gained momentum, in the sense that we have to now actually accept, whether or not we are ready for it, India is ready for a culture where gender or choice of sexual partner should not be of importance to your workplace. It is still kept in a private manner. And this is what woke culture has brought. I'm sorry, I'll just change this. This is a case study that I would like to present in front of you. I have two. I have approximately, I think, 3 or 4 minutes remaining. 4. So I'll just quickly go through this. This is a first case study, which is Women in the Workplace 2022. And this is by McKinsey in partnership with leanin.org. And as stated in the 62-page report, they are revealing that we are amidst a great breakup. Women are demanding more from work, and they are leaving their companies in unprecedented numbers in order to get what they want. It is no longer about giving them a quota, no pun intended. Their companies are going at higher rates than men in leadership to employ women right now. And this is a McKinsey report which is saying it. Despite modest progress, women are still dramatically underrepresented in leadership roles. Women of color, you can see they have done this in 2022. Out of 48, only 29 white women were there, whereas 19 women of color at an entry level were taken. It's still not equal. It's still not what, even in that subcategory, we can probably imagine it too. Women are losing the most ground at the first step up the ladder to manager. And this is not just India which is waking up. This is the world we are talking about. For every 100 men promoted to the first level manager at the end of 2021, number of women who were promoted were overall 7. And women of color in America, 2. This is a comparison in percentage, ladies and gentlemen. Which is why women leaders are leaving their companies at the highest rate in years. Voluntary attrition of leaders by gender, you can see women at 10.5%. And this is the McKinsey report which has come out in 2022, just few months back, at the end of 2022. So what we are talking about is, in woke culture, women are ready to identify themselves as leaders and not thought leaders alone. They're ready to accept their pay package at an equal level as men do and not just demand for it. If they are not satisfied with it, you can see the attrition rate. It means that there are a set of go-getters out there, our country included, which is ready for corporate communication in a new light. Which brings me to the next point, the next case study, where what I mentioned, the landmark judgment. Yeah. Should I go back? Act minute, okay. So the case study of Times of India, which is Times Out and Proud initiative. It has been 5 years since the Supreme Court has decriminalized consensual sex between adults of the same gender. But interestingly, please note this. This is the case study of a person, Saurabh Kirpal, who is a senior advocate whose appointment as a High Court judge was challenged due to his sexual orientation. Ladies and gentlemen, you all are adults, you can form your own opinions. The jury is out on this. He has given his statements to Times of India regarding this, whereas Keshav Suri, who is a restaurateur, has also mentioned that long-drawn discussions around how to create more diverse workplaces do not end up with productive steps. If you continuously talk about it, you'd probably end up not practicing it. And just to end with academia, a professor R. Raj Rao, a writer activist as well in University of Pune, has mentioned that currently diversity and inclusive departments are just a matter of symbolism in India. That only this kind of a department is found out so that the world accepts us rather than we accept our own people. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, the jury is still out on it. So you are the jury, you can decide this. And of course, the full paper will be submitted for the book. So thank you very much for listening to me for this time. Thank you. If, sir, with respect, up to you.
Anything to add?
বলো অনেকদিন কথা হয়নি
Acha, there are again a couple of things which I really liked about this presentation is the fact that students will also like to get associated with the woke culture. It's very close to their heart also. কিন্তু woke culture নিয়ে যখন আমরা কথা বলছি আমার মনে হয় একটা জিনিস যেমন আমরা বলছি যে we are talking about equal rights, we are talking about orientation, we are talking about divisions, whether male female division, equality in general. So you could have talked about the social water hole in an office. We are all animals. So animals gather at the water hole in the evening, you know, to have their water. So we have social water holes in offices which are like canteens, okay, which are like break time PNPC zones where all the social animals gather.
Yeah.
There you have dominators.
Yeah.
Okay, so woke, one of the major reasons for woke culture is the dominating or the alpha animal in the social water hole. So if you could also address that, how office is just not the cubicle, it is when you walk out of that cubicle into that common zone where you are trying to have a coffee with another 5 and how you can be objectified.
Yeah,
or
actually, that's a great point. And actually, because this study is more exploratory by nature rather than empirical findings, so I have actually mentioned this with the restaurateur's case in the case study from Times of India. It is mentioned there where he says that, you know, that we are only talking about it so much, and there is a certain section who kind of puts their opinion into everybody else.
Act a minute. If you could pay some respect to the researchers by not talking, and the people who are trying to mind you constantly saying don't talk, if you are not interested just leave, give your names and don't come back to the university. If you do not have self-respect, at least have respect for them. We are trying to engage into a dialogue and you all are media students. Now this sounds better.
I can't complain, it actually sounds better.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, sorry. We were mentioning that the fact that I mentioned in Times of India's case, the restaurateur, he's mentioning that there's a group of people who are, as you have termed it, the alphas, who are basically controlling the narrative. And controlling the narrative is now having to shift from controlling the narrative to controlling your narrative. That's what woke culture is essentially doing, and I actually do talk about it in the rest of it. I just didn't have time in 8 minutes to go through it.
Okay, that's great.
You have raised such an issue, or you are trying to go into such a terminology which has many facets, many aspects to discuss. Now, rather than inclusiveness, the beginning of woke culture was the tendency of rectification.
Yes.
The so-called mistakes what our previous generations did, in the name of rectification, this woke has come. I think everybody of you should go through this. Now, in the name of rectification, we have come to such a situation that when a lady is giving birth to a baby, now doctors are getting pressurized that you must not say that congratulations, you have a baby son or you have a baby daughter. Don't say this. Don't identify them by gender. So this is ridiculous, and when anybody will go in detail of this work, I believe that they must go into all the facets of this. Similarly, when I am talking about you, I cannot say he. I must say they. They as a singular word. Them as a singular word. In work, he and she is not being used. So this is another ridiculous thing. So this is not that very simple thing that it is just an inclusiveness. When we are trying to blackening the face of Mona Lisa, that is also a part of work culture. So I think it needs a little more. This is all part of work culture.
Yeah.
Wokeism.
Yeah, it's more wokeism, sure.
So I believe that by making it just an inclusiveness, we are simplifying the movement or whatever it is going on throughout the world.
Yeah, actually, sir, if I may in 30 seconds, actually the woke culture, the terminology itself is an African American terminology which has made its way into the literature of America and elsewhere.
It is not included in dictionary.
Not now. It is now included in the dictionary. Now, as on 2021, it was included. But it is here in fashion from Abraham Lincoln in 1860.
That's true. That is the rectification.
Which is where, sir, the woke culture and wokeism is differing.
That is
so. The rectification is absolutely correct and absolutely valid. That the wokeism or the vandalism which is going on is unacceptable. In fact, had they belonged to woke culture, that would not have happened.
Exactly.
So moving forward with that, so I thank you for that insight into the study. But yes, as I said, that this is an exploratory study, so I can always do a follow-up with it also. Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you so much, audience.
I request everybody of you try to go in detail of this particular thing.
Yes.
Because this is the subject of coming days.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Chair, sir. Thank you, audience. An audience member who's not Arindam, sir. Please. With
Good
respect,
afternoon, sir. I'm Ankush Paul, UG3. I had a very simple question regarding your research paper that we have a generational gap, and we have to admit the fact that we have a generational gap, like millennials, Gen Z, and these are the new terms that have started coming up, especially after 2022-23. So how would you say that mainstream media and even social media can help combat the specific differences between the generational gap? And like according to your research, how would you say that they can pose a positive impact to bridge the gap between the generation? Because there are certain terminologies and certain ideologies that the previous generations do not understand. Sometimes there are cases that they don't try to understand that, and instead they made a mental blockade against it. So how would you say that media can help combat these problems?
Okay, quickly, I'll just give you two answers to this. One is theoretical, one is practical. I'll come to the practical at the end. Theoretical is very simple. You need more and more educative and exploratory articles about it. Because baby boomers, millennials, these kind of terminologies are not from India. They're from America. And it was in vogue from the First World War. So it's them who has, controlled this narrative. And now they can't afford to kind of let go of this narrative. So they are now spreading it. Case in point, Canada. What's happening in Canada right now?
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely.
Through and through. That is your theoretical answer. And the practical answer, which I'm sure my colleagues, my peers and sir would also agree, is to give more and more internships to people like you.
Yes, sir.
I'm being very, very honest. In most of the cases, interns are not being youngsters. And if you do not give youngsters the capacity to be interns and freelancers, which sir had given to us way back, you will not be able to put this voice forward. because this is not a voice which can only explain something as though it's in a dictionary. It needs to also advocate for itself. So in a practical manner, unless and until you get those internships to put your lines out there, it is very difficult. So I'm really hoping that this kind of research or through our discussions, we can reach the industries as well so that they actually invite discussions rather than, unitarily just printing something.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your question. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, hello everyone. Once again, I am Aishwarya Chatterjee, and I would like to take you back. I would like to take you back to digital media once again. As you said, you are today's generation, and I stand somewhere yesterday's and today's in between somewhere. So there is a transition of culture, transition of everything that I have tried to portray through talking to you people, because I am a teacher and I deal with more of you today. So I have also tried to upgrade myself through my presentation. Excuse me. Change hochhe na. So quite a, the introduction to my topic, as I just told, digital narratives of cultural change, examining social media's role in shaping young minds. That's you. I have been dealing with some, I'll just skip this slide, move ahead. My topic deals with examining the social media profoundly that shapes the cultural change among the Indian urban youth. I have quote unquote used urban youth because we are more pro to do things on internet. As of now, I'm talking about them only. And platforms like Facebook, Instagram and Twitter, which play a vital role in disseminating the change, cultural change, innovation and their identity, their values, social standards, everything is slowly changing with holding the hand of digital media. There is a digital environment and the cultural transformation I have tried to analyze in the, alongside with culture, Indian cultural heritage and rapid urbanization. Now moving ahead, my objective is, let us talk about only the keywords. That's theme of in digital narratives, influence of influencers, role of social media algorithms, relationship between digital narratives and India, identity formation, and media literacy and critical thinking. I have tried to, I have done research among my students and some members who are already, they are directly involved in the digital platforms doing their own posts, and they are content creators also. So the entire investigation I have tried to explore narrative spread which has gone viral, influential people who are into it directly, or the algorithm pressure which is generally used in the digital platforms. So the goal of this study is to pinpoint significant times and events that have sparkled changes in the cultural attitudes and the behavior of the people who are using the digital platforms with time and again. And I have tried to portray the changes through my research study. I have done surveys which directly is based on questionnaires. I have done expert interviews to come up with the other side story also, because when I'm talking about the surveys which I have done through around 150 to 200 respondents, they have come up with different narratives. And on the other hand, I have already spoken to some content creators who try to promote their own videos and what is the reason and why are they working on it. So that is also a very important aspect of I'll just keep this one. The survey and the data analysis which shows, first thing is social media engagements, that more than 8 hours of people, 4 to 8 hours, most of you, the young people, are glued to phone, either on OTT platforms or on the reels on Facebook, or reels on Instagram, or shorts on Facebook, or YouTubes, whatever. These are because of two reasons. The reason your attention span is not required for a longer time, which gets the content right fast on the target, and it's gone. You don't have to pay much attention. So you just can scroll up and down for the content. Next is the cultural identity is also changing. The reason because you are trying to associate your fashion, your trends, and your understanding of the culture. As you just said in the previous one of the presentation, I just heard that one of you had said that the changing trend, you are catching up with the changing trend, you are trying to be someone else. Either it's wrong or right, I'm not getting into that, but the present thing is what I'm trying to say, the change, what are we going through today, it is just because one of the greatest reason is digitalization. And that too, you call yourself a millennial and I call myself a Generation Z or X, I feel. But the reason is these terms were also introduced by digital media itself. So this is what I'm trying to say. The reason that gives you more reason to follow a person who is already trending. I come to college, listen to my students, ma'am, did you go through this reeler, influencer? Ma'am, please akbar dekhben. So that gives me a chance, I go through, it's nice. But what does it convey? The things that it conveys is a change of identity, change of culture, and change of understanding of media also. These are two very, I know them personally, both of them, and these two people are very content creator of the city. And look at the first, I have just taken two of them. The second one is one of our students who is quite popular nowadays. She just trends on fashion, cosmetics, and costumes. So that's her topic. And on the other side, you have a person who is a mom and travels around world. She has already traveled 84 countries. She is also an influencer. But most of our people who is following her are students because she suggests budget-friendly vacations and she gives you most ideas which are very pocket-friendly also. Along with you go to, how long does a reel cover? 15 seconds max? That gives you a whole world round trip. So that is also an open idea to you all, which gives you a faster and less attention seeker points. So social media influences on what? Dominant themes in digital narratives. Influence of influencers. Cultural narratives and social movements. Cultural narratives, that is some, for example, if we are talking about some kind of trends which we did not follow 10 years back maybe, but you have started with it. Like an example, Archie's card, it gave us the idea of Valentine's Day. We did not know before that. Same way the trends are changing today. Even at the middle age, people are changing with trends. Karwa Chauth is one of them, which has become a universal culture in India, which was not. That is also an contribution of the digital media. Next is digital narratives identity formation. We have started identifying ourselves like someone whom we see. Maybe we cannot get those commodity to ourselves, but we at least try to catch up with them, try to look like them, and try to feel like them when we see their reels. Two questions which come in my mind is the future of social media, what can be the influence? First, echo chambers and filter bubbles. This is like social media we keep on criticizing of being glued to it, but the echo chambers and filter bubbles, even if it is the platform that we are using today, that is digital, shaping the variety of digital narratives, the exposure to other cultural perspectives is the algorithms of the website. Like if I keep on scrolling and rewatching a particular kind of thing, like my interest may be in Vastu. I keep on repeatedly seeing the Vastu reels. You would see after some time, maybe YouTube, maybe Instagram, whatever, they keep suggesting you the same pattern. That means they are following you. You're under surveillance. AI generated, these all are connected to AI, and that is some other whole another world together. But that is what it is putting us into a loop. We keep on watching things which are related to a particular thing. Another thing, then ethics is another very critical analysis on which social media more research can be done. This is just a glance of what I wanted to share. And ethical consideration and privacy concerns are also a big thing because a song repeatedly used in different forms, that is somewhere ethics get stuck. So it depends on how the person portrays it. I'm done. And concluding it, digital media is something which has glued the entire universe. Previously we used to say the entire world has become a global village with the advent of television. But today we don't see it together. Digital media has become more personalized. As Proshenjit sir that time told, যে সবাই মিলে আমরা টিভি দেখি একটা কালেকটিভ ডিসিশন নেওয়ার জন্য, কিন্তু এখন হয়ে গেছে কি আমরা বাড়ি গিয়ে বলি মা এই ফোনটা কিনবো, প্লিজ কিনি না, এটা ফিচার্স খুব ভালো। সো হু কামস আপ উইথ দ্যাট আইডিয়া? দ্য আইডিয়া ইজ গিভেন বাই দ্য পার্সন ইটসেলফ, because that person has a personalized total experiments and researches that has already he has been doing it. So that is what decision making has also been affected by digital media. Thank you. That's all from my side. Anything, sir?
So again,
I'm waiting for you because you're giggling from that time.
না আমি মানে ইটস এ ভেরি ওয়েল রিসার্চড প্রেজেন্টেশন। একটা এখন আমরা উই আর টকিং অ্যাবাউট সামথিং কল্ড the spiral staircase of the social media, where we are going up the spiral and it keeps on putting us around the spiral. So one of the, if you could have touched upon the psychology also, the psychology that makes this social media so, like simple things like FOMO. Why are we on social media?
No, the research questionnaire I have, 2 questions are relating to the psychology of the people who are using digital media. It is there, I have explained.
You have explained that. Okay, so that was one point I wanted to say. And another small point that I wanted to mention was, when you are talking about social media, also include professional media, professional social media like LinkedIn.
Okay.
হ্যাঁ মানে যদি লিঙ্কডইনটা যদি
না আমি যেহেতু আরবান করেছি, আমার টার্গেট অডিয়েন্স ওয়াজ 18 to 25 ইয়াং অ্যাডাল্টস, দ্যাট ইজ ওয়াই আই ডিড নট।
আমার अराउंड 35% of my মানে LinkedIn are in that age bracket, because a lot of young people are including themselves in LinkedIn. Why? This is again linked to what Annesh was saying.
Work culture.
Not only because of that, because they look for internship through LinkedIn.
No, I have given one job opportunity. LinkedIn টা মেনশন করিনি, কিন্তু আমি সোশ্যাল মিডিয়া জব অপরচুনিটি দিয়েছি।
লিংকডইনে গিয়ে ওরা ওই পোস্টস গুলো দেখে where people are hiring, where people are and they are posting their CVs over there. So that is one very interesting section. It could add another dimension to what you are doing.
Okay,
it's a very interesting paper.
Thank
you.
You don't have anything to say?
আমি একটু সম্পূর্ণ অন্য দিকে গিয়ে একটা কনক্লুশন টানবার চেষ্টা করব। মোস্ট অফ আস we have presented something which is related to digital media or social media, whatever it is. But as all of us students of media, we must understand one thing, that when we talk about the traditional media, that is newspaper, radio or television, there is a basic difference between this traditional media and the social media. What is the basic difference? In social media, there is no controlling body. You must remember that social media is owned by certain person like Elon Musk, or a person like Zuckerberg or so and so. Now, there is no controlling body, even not any self-regulating body. So, being a new generation students, you must be very careful. They are giving the platform for fake news, and they are giving the platform for fact-checking. The same organization. So, this is a very crucial and very that debatable issue, that where this social media will lead to us. Lead to us means not the India, not the Sister Nivedita University, the whole universe, where the entire social media will lead to us. Whereas, in case of television media, we have TRI, we have self-regulatory bodies, we have eyes of judiciary on us. In case of print media, there are bodies for RNI and other things, and similarly in case of radio. So this is the basic thing. I would not like to go on in detail. I have time and I have to leave for my office. This is the thing. When you are talking about, somebody was talking about 9 to 5 and this and that, I will go to office now and will be there till 12 in the night. So if you have any choice, don't come to media. Huh? Simply. There is no question of NO. ना बोलने का कोई जगह नहीं है. तो अगर ना बोलना है तो अपने माँ बाप को बोलना है, बाकी किसी को नहीं बोलना है अगर if you want to come to media. So আমাকে এখন অফিস যেতে হবে. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
That was a great start of our 3-day National Media Conclave. Now I would like to call upon Professor Arindam Basu sir to conclude this seminar for today.
Thank you most of the students for not listening. And you have come to the favorite part of the day when we end the seminar today. And those who laughed, it was sarcasm. So I'm explaining that to you also. I was being sarcastic and I was trying to insult you. So, but you smiled and laughed it off. So it's very nice of you. I would finish with a small poem. It's one of my favorite poems because even if we take that one person back, I'll be very happy. One man awake can waken his brother. He can waken his next door neighbor. The three of them can rouse a town by bringing the whole place upside down. One man awake can make such a fuss that he can awake the rest of us. One man awake with dawn in his eyes multiplies. So even if I have one student who awakens today, I'm sure he will multiply and spread the virus, which is a happy virus of education among the others. So with that hope and with thanking all the moderators and the participants for bearing with us, we have made small mistakes, but we are trying to rectify. And there is nothing called perfect, and we always aspire to do better than what we are now. I call an end to this session, and thank you, Prosenjit. Prosenjit is my friend for I don't know how many years. Marriages don't last that long as our friendships lasted. Prosenjit, Shoikot, of course. So, and all the participants, thank you. Some very well researched and very learned papers. I learned a lot. And I'm sure many of you are taking home a lot of knowledge and also are energizing themselves to be teachers and academicians in future. Thank you. Good night. See you tomorrow.